American 3105, terrain 215, 215, contact departure. Go 1621 to left Alpha 4, join Alpha contact ground, excuse me, Alpha 3, join Alpha contact ground point 9. And Alpha ground point 9, still. Two Minneapolis, when I went to up to land, traffic 5 ahead, the wind 112, gust 20.
Welcome everybody to Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting here on this Tuesday afternoon. So delighted that you could all join us for what should be a fantastic day for plane spotting here in the middle of Minnesota's aviation mecca. Alex Redding alongside John Joseph, happy to welcome you all aboard today. Hey, John, ready for another week of fantastic plane spotting up here in Minnesota? Well, boy, I'll tell you what, this weekend was cold.
Yeah, it was cold. Yeah, good to see you, Alex. Good to be back. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to another edition of MSP Airport Live here alongside runway 12 right. We're going to have quite a few arrivals and departures. We got the heavies coming in today. We got a 747 I just heard from you coming in later on this afternoon, right?
That's exactly correct. So we're going to have UPS 2568 coming in tonight from Louisville with the 747. Should be great. And it's I think it's in the air now, actually. One of our spotters out here that let us know said, yeah, we're tracking them on flight radar, and they are in the air right now.
Isn't that nice, Alex? Our ever-useful spotters that help us out, don't they? Takes the pressure.
We have a
off
wonderful
of us
community
sometimes
here in the Twin Cities, and we'd like to welcome you to that community and to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the aircraft viewing area. I'm Alex. That's John. John, you've been a flight attendant for 40 years.
That's right.
Up to your retirement in 2020 with Delta Airlines.
Got it.
And you're a travel enthusiast. You love to get out to travel and also plane spot, too.
Well, let's go that way. I am an enthusiast. I love to travel. I really do. You know, I take almost all my flights on Delta since I worked there for 40 years, which is a great career. And now I'm enjoying the benefits of all the travel that Delta allows me to do in my retirement. Although I did take another airline a couple of weeks ago when I was over in Dublin, and Delta filled up, but I had a backup ticket, and I was fortunate enough to take Aer Lingus nonstop from Dublin to Minneapolis on the 321 XLR. So that was quite an experience for me, Alex.
All bet.
Good experience. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, we got a nice day out here today, albeit a little windy, but that is par for the course here in the Twin Cities. That is for sure. It is usually always windy here, so it's not unbearable. So it's about 43 degrees here where we're standing. And as you can see by the windsock out there, it's sticking straight out. So that gives you an idea how windy it is. But we dressed for it today, that's for sure.
No kidding. Good afternoon to everybody just tuning in here. I have to adjust a couple of things. It's been a little while. I've been out of the swing of things. We started later than usual, so apologies for that.
The weather didn't help, Alex, for our hiatus while we were around here for so long. The weather has been, let's say, not so favorable for the last 4 or 5 days.
It's been downright annoying.
There you go. Let's just be honest. It's been downright annoying, and I think everybody that lives here can concur with that. But when you're standing out here for hours on end, and there's absolutely nothing to block the wind, as anybody that's been out here to the viewing area knows, I mean, all airports are pretty much on a flat level surface, so the wind is just kind of relentless. But we deal with it. You think you layer enough, and then you get out here and you go, I didn't layer enough.
Yeah, Minnesota weather will not hesitate to make fools out of anybody.
Yeah, we're famous for our weather.
And not the savory kind.
No. But we're here.
And we're so happy to be back on the air. It's been a little while.
That American Airlines going to taxi right in front of our cameras as we speak. They're quite a frequent visitor here. They go to Chicago O'Hare, they go to Dallas-Fort Worth, they go to Charlotte. They're a pretty popular airline here in MSP.
Can't forget Phoenix as well.
Yeah, PHX, they head down there too. You know, I believe we talked about this earlier, Alex. You know, Sun Country, of course, the hometown airline, they call it here. Tuesdays, they kind of pull their schedule down a little bit, I think, because I saw lots of Sun Country planes parked on the ground over by their hangar and lined up today. Not operating, if I remember right. Here's our first business jet of the day.
Cross runway 12 right to whiskey to 17.
Clear cross 12 right at Alpha 8, whiskey to 17 American. 2388.
Don't believe I've seen that one landing here before. Alex, you know the business jets a little better than I do who they might be. That was a good-looking airplane, though. That was a Bombardier Challenger 300.
Cross runway 12 right to Charlie, right turn, whiskey, cross runway 4 up 643.
Zoned by the Ziegler Corporation.
See? I knew you'd know that.
So we're going to get a 12 right departure here. Marvin Windows is about to get up and at him with the Beechcraft 1900D.
Ziegler, isn't that heavy construction equipment, if I remember?
Believe so.
Okay.
They own a large Caterpillar dealer just across the way in Bloomington, Minnesota.
There you go.
There's also a large Ziegler center over in Shakopee as well, just south of the Minnesota River. Ronald Smith says, good afternoon, all. Greetings. Happy Tuesday, Ronald. So great to see you today.
As you said, Alex, here's our ever-popular Beech 1900 aircraft owned by Marvin Windows. They're in and out of here sometimes 2 and 3 times a day. They're heading up to War Road, Minnesota. Let's take a look.
So the 30 minutes start at the Charlie intersection, cross runway 12 right, join whiskey, cross runway 4. Right at Charlie, we'll cross 12 right, join whiskey, cross runway 4, down 3 right.
Bye-bye, Marvin. So we're going to have a lot of arrival action today. We're in a mixed south flow. So tomorrow, we're also planning to do another live show tomorrow as well. So tomorrow we're going to probably be expecting the 30 heading instead.
And a lot warmer weather predicted tomorrow. They're looking at a high of 65 or 66 degrees here tomorrow, so that'll be a nice thing to look forward to, that is for sure.
So our 747 is expected in at about around 4:41. That's early, isn't it? So they're usually in here around 5 p.m. So in case you missed it, we're going to have a 747 tonight from Louisville. Good to see the UPS is starting to put those wonderful aircraft on the schedule from SDF to MSP in the early evening.
Absolutely.
And you could probably also guess, yeah, it's a bit gusty today, John.
It's gusty, that's for sure. Yep. I bundled up. Hi, RJ Bean chiming in. She's contributing. She's moderating from home today. Thanks, RJ. Of course, she's got Olaf is watching with her.
4178 minutes start, Mike intersection, cross runway 12 right, join whiskey to 17.
Well, RJ, if you're home watching, you can give your Northwest Airlines salute, red tail salute to the 757-300 we see taxiing by us right now. Ever popular here in the Twin Cities.
AJ Ryder, good afternoon. So great to see you today. This is afternoon, Alex, mods, and fellow chatters. Rostad says, hi from East Bloomington. Hey, that's my hometown.
Sure
So great
is.
to have you on board today. Travis says, good afternoon from Eau Claire. Hey, Travis, good to see you again. Also, Hunter VR, great to have you in the chat today. Emmett Sports Fan 88 says, hello, Alex and chats. Kai Delp says, hello from... I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce it because I'm probably going to hilariously butcher it. Greetings from the UK, I think. Thanks, MSP Live, for the great content. Let's see some A220s. Yeah, I know. Let's see some whale bus action. Now, I don't see any A220s at the moment.
I'll try it,
don't worry,
Alex.
we'll have plenty of that coming up for you.
I think that's pronounced Leicestershire.
Leicestershire, okay.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Kai Delp coming in from Leicestershire. That's a fun name.
It is, isn't it?
A lot of fun.
Sounds like a condiment on the table. Please pass the Leicestershire.
I'll have a little dash of Leicestershire sauce.
That's right. They do have a lot of condiments over there in the UK. I probably knew how to pronounce that from all my days of traveling around the world.
No kidding.
You get to know that, which is good. Travel is education, for sure.
Well, the best kind there is, right?
Gordon World is with us today. He's got his 757
Hey, Gordon,
emojis
so great
up.
to see you.
He's always tuning in with us. We love that. Good to see you, Gordon.
Mike 7896 says, good afternoon from Appleton, Wisconsin. ATW. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. So great to see you today, Mike.
Yeah, good to be back for sure. Sounds like everybody missed us, Alex. We missed you guys too. It's always good to hear from our listeners in the chat room. Hudson, Wisconsin's tuning in today. Eau Claire.
Fred Hills 2979. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Also, whoa.
That'd be the wind, Alex. Wow.
Yeah, no kidding.
This seems to be our theme. Wow and whoa and hang on. It is windy here in the Twin Cities, folks. That is for
Shades
sure.
of the spring of 2024. I mean, every reasonably nice day outside, it just seemed that there were strong winds or gale force winds out. But that was a turbulent spring as far as the wind conditions go. I am not looking forward to a potential repeat of that.
No, and with the winds comes the old wind chill, as we all know. So even if it's 46 degrees out here, 43, you see it on your screen here at the airport, it feels like it's in the 30s. Okay, are we complaining enough today? We'll stop complaining.
It's actually not that bad. You have to have
the right gear,
the right gear
mindset.
on,
yeah. True. That's all right.
Hunter Flavian, thanks so much for tuning in. We're awesome members. Says, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is having a good day. Hope you're having a great day as well. Fred Hills 2979 has an update for us. So Fred, who has some insider knowledge for us.
Ooh, I love that.
Says the UPS MD-11 that's sitting over there just off of Taxiway Tango.
Drove by it today.
Yep. So it is covered up. It's in storage. So here's what the plan is.
Oh, all right. I want to hear this.
So according to Fred Hills, now we've yet to verify the information, but according to Fred, he says GE is going to take the engines and MSP, or Mac Fire, is going to take the plane for practice.
What? Wow, on a wide body. That's fantastic. Really?
I knew the aircraft was going to get parted out, but I didn't realize that it was
That's brilliant.
going to get supposedly saved from the scrapper's torch.
Well, that's brilliant because let's face it, Alex, the fire training aircraft that we see over there quite often, in fact, you might go by it here soon. There it is, right there.
Yep, right here.
That's it. That's an old Republic Airlines DC-9-30. That's been there forever.
What are the odds that you would have crewed that back in the day?
Pretty high. Pretty good. I'm sure I have been on that aircraft.
That's incredible.
Yeah, isn't that something? But my point is looking at that DC-9, that's a smaller aircraft, narrow body, single aisle, wing mounted or fuselage mounted engines. If they're going to use the MD-11 for fire training, That's going to be huge with these big wide-body aircraft that come in and out of here. Not only the cargo planes from UPS and FedEx, but also Delta Airlines is bringing wide-body planes in here. Discover's bringing wide-body, so they can practice fighting fires on aircraft with 2 aisles, multiple doors on it. That is fantastic. That is
wow.
great.
Thanks so much for the information.
Hopefully that'll be a permanent addition over there for firefighting. That's great. That makes total sense to me.
And you know, it's not just firefighting; it's the de-icing training too. You want to bet? Yeah, they were doing de-icing training on the DC-9 during the colder months this year, and even at the end of last year.
That's going to be a great addition.
Times that they were using the fire training area for
it will be
topping up skills on the de-icing trucks.
Addition. That is great information. Thank you for that. Now we can all kind of stop wondering. I think that's probably exactly what's going to happen. Then they don't have to cut it up and piece it out, and they'll tow it over there. And then once it's over there, they said they're going to take the engines off. Did they say that?
Yep, they're absolutely going to part the engines out.
Okay.
Because those engines are still good. They could probably use it on a different airframe or use them for parts.
Right.
Those are serviceable engines.
Absolutely they are. And they're not cheap. Well, that's great news. That's good news.
And then, of course, they're probably going to remove, like, the coffee makers and install them elsewhere in the UPS fleet, which is typically what happens when aircraft get parted out. Because you can always use the coffee maker somewhere else.
Yeah.
You can't. It is as essential as the navigation aids sometimes. You need that caffeine.
Cargo pilots need lots of caffeine. They do a lot of flying in the middle of the night. Of course, there's no flight attendants on those airplanes, if anybody's wondering about that. Cargo planes have no flight attendants because there's no passengers to evacuate. Just the pilots.
Yep.
That is great news. Okay, Alex, our ever-popular Gopher pod is coming in today, but it's going about an hour out. Yep, it's coming in from Cancun, and that actually came from one of our spotters, too, and also Adam mentioned that just now on the chat, so always fun to see the Gopher pod come in here.
We got 3 narrow-body aircraft that are making their way towards us on taxiway Mike. Progressively larger in size from back to front. You got the CRJ taking up the rear, the 717 sandwiched in the middle, and the 737 taking the lead.
Very nice. Crossing the runway right now. Not wasting any time doing that.
Richard Strait says, good afternoon from Fremont, Colorado. So great to see you today, Richard. Thanks for tuning in. Happy Tuesday. Are we ready for an awesome week here at MSP? Anthony D says, watching from the Chicago area. Hey, Anthony, so great to see you again.
Hope the weather's improved down there. You guys had some rough thunderstorms down there for about 4 days in a row.
Chicago just seems to eat it when it comes to these weather events, and it really is unfortunate.
It is.
Because there's so many disruptions. I mean, we've already had, I think, at least a couple of diversion events.
Well,
just wait till this summer.
Chicago O'Hare is one of the busiest airports in the country, for sure. When it goes bad there, it disrupts a lot of things.
Oh, no kidding. Joshua LeClaire and Uncle Phil, hey, good afternoon to both of you. So great to see you tuning in today. So it's been a little while since we've been on the air. We just waited for the weather to get warmer. And then, of course, I was busy during Easter weekend.
That's 3944 at Alpha 8, cross 21 to Redstone, Whiskey to 17. Alright, cross 1 2 at Alpha 8, join Whiskey to 17, Skyway 3944.
And as you could tell by that landing, the wind is going to play a factor in the landings today. We had a little right wing dip right there. Not awful, but quickly to correct. They're so nice and low to the ground, they can correct that
Well, you know, that's why we have the instant replay, right, John?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of my favorite features, that's for sure. Everything looks cool in instant replay.
Certainly does. We give you that sportscast angle that I really tend to like. You know, I'm a huge sports nut. Saw the end of the NCAA men's basketball tournament wrap up as the University of Michigan, the Wolverines, defeated the University of Connecticut Huskies.
Right. We talked about
now, being a Michigan State fan, oh, sorry about that. We got graphics that are popping up that are not supposed to.
Alex is on it, not to worry.
Well, you know, sometimes our software likes to do funny stuff on us.
In the meantime, take a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants a little cleanup in aisle A33900 heading out to Incheon today? Look at that. Isn't that usually operated by an A350? That's a chart. That's an empty. That's a. I don't know if it's empty or not, but it's not a regular flight number. This is Delta Airlines Flight 9965, which indicates a charter flight or a ferry flight. My guess, this is a ferry.
The charter
flight.
is the 8000 series, I think. Yeah. So this might be a ferry flight, a repositioning flight here.
So this aircraft is empty. Let's see how fast it gets off the ground. That's why I thought it was going to be an A350. I looked down and said, wait a second, that's an A330.
I thought it was Delta 152 to Paris because we're starting to get around that time where our Paris flight is going to leave. So I thought, well, maybe they were upgauged to an A330-900 because it would make a lot of sense if you were to just guess at first glance, but apparently not. How unusual is this?
Alex, this is quite a jaunt from MSP to Incheon, Seoul, Korea. This is quite a haul for an A330-900. Obviously capable of doing it, but the only thing on it that I can think of is just fuel only. And I doubt if there's even any flight attendants on it. It's probably just the pilots positioning that aircraft.
1605 on the 150 heading to export.
That's my guess, Alex. That's my 40-year professional guess. So when we watch this 330-900 take off, we'll see how far down the runway it goes before it leaps into the air. Yeah, I haven't seen that before. They will take the A330-900 on scheduled flights to Tokyo. They used to do that.
In the past.
Yeah, they have in the past, but Seoul's a couple hours further.
But even when the A330-900s were running to Tokyo, they were heavily payload optimized.
Just
to be able to make the journey, especially with the headwinds that they would be encountering on their trek westward over the Pacific.
Just when you think you've seen it all, something surprises us out here. We always talk about that, don't we, Alex? You never know what you're going to see out here.
2272 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 5 ahead, heavier bus for hold position, caution wake turbulence when I 12 right, clear to land.
Well, that was a good guess, though, on the 152 flight to Paris, Alex, because it's coming down here eventually. It's slowly making its way down here. It doesn't seem that late in the day, but it's almost 3:45 in the afternoon here at MSP.
2591 Minneapolis, ready to go. 2591, thanks. No traffic on your final turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Alex Redding, John Joseph with you today. John Joseph, flight attendant, former, with 40 years of experience, travel buff, av geek as well. One of our co-hosts, and you'll also be joining us when we travel on the road to Los Angeles. We were talking about that as a crew earlier today.
That's right, Alex. All the above is true. They certainly were. We'll be putting the finishing touches on that in the next 30 days.
Alright, so 9965 heavy off to Seoul Incheon with the A330neo. They're lining up. So they're going to get going once the CRJ exits the runway.
285, turn left at Alpha 7, join Alpha and contact ground on point 9.
Alpha 7, Alpha point 9.
Isaac, thanks so much for tuning in today. This is the Fire and De-ice trainer at MSP, that DC-9. Its registration used to be November 767, November Charlie. So we're sitting by the Delta Cargo Building for a bunch of years before it replaced the DC-910 fire trainer. Makes me wonder if they're going to replace that aircraft with the MD-11 soon-to-be fire trainer, if that actually does end up being materialized. Oh boy, huge gust of wind.
Delta 9965 heavy, turn left heading 100.
100 heading, Delta 9965 heavy.
There you go. There's that big left turn to head northwest.
Well, and you know what? Speak up. I think we're going to get 152 departing. I think that's them right here.
It is. It certainly is, Alex. It absolutely is. So that charter flight now to Incheon took up a little more runway than I expected it to, but I guess you have to realize how much fuel they have on that aircraft to prepare for that 13-hour flight, maybe longer.
Yeah, there's no question that that aircraft that we just saw took off, that A330-900 Neo to Seoul of all places.
I know.
It is packed to the brim with Jet A.
Join Alpha point in at 2172.
Shortly, we'll get a flying time on that.
152 heavy, should be one arrival.
I'm curious myself.
All right, so we just heard Tower tell Delta 152 there's going to be one more arrival.
215, 215, contact Sparkle.
Then it's their turn.
Yep. So everybody, if you are enjoying the broadcast today, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. Helps the channel out more than you know. And we'll be live tomorrow. So if you want that notification, and if you're not subscribed currently, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the notification when we go live tomorrow and the rest of this month here in April. Because we are going to have some amazing weather days ahead. We just know it. It's not going to happen right this instant, but...
Fingers crossed.
Exactly.
Fingers crossed.
Well, we were going to have Discover starting up here in April, but they ended up switching their start date to May 8th. That's when we'll be in Los Angeles.
Delta 152 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up point.
Line up and wait, 12 right, Delta 152 heavy.
All right, here's that one more arrival that ATC was talking about on frequency. Tower 126.7.
That's right, a little business jet just jetting in from Omaha, Nebraska. Maybe taking a meeting with Warren Buffett. What do you think, Alex?
I don't know.
One can dream.
All right, everybody. It's time to catch Delta 152 off to Paris. So this A330-300 is not former Northwest, so it has the GE CF680 engines on it. Northwest really didn't order anything with GE engines.
Delta 152 heavy to wind 15, left heading 105, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 105, clear for takeoff 12 right, Delta 152.
I love that shot, Alex, as it makes a big left turn onto the runway there. That's really cool.
Lining up with the south parallel, and they're going to do a turn and burn here.
Big time.
All right, everybody, Delta 152 departing to Paris. Oh my goodness. Hey John.
Yes.
We're gonna have you step off for a second. So our friend Harrison Rademacher has
no problem
paid us a surprise visit. And you know what? I'm probably just gonna donate my headset. Harrison's here, everybody. It's been a long time since we've had Harrison on.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. How you doing, Harrison? We've never met before that I remember.
I think it's our first time, yeah. Awesome. So good to see you.
While they're saying hi, I just have to say this.
I didn't know.
Remember earlier, 5 minutes ago, when the nonstop went
I was
to
just like, I was fine.
Seoul, Sean, I said 13 hours of fuel. I was off by 2 minutes. 13 hours and 2 minutes. That was good. Yes,
Yeah, dude, great. Yeah.
Find out some online. My guess is they probably flew that over. They needed it in Seoul to maybe fly it as a scheduled flight to the West Coast because that's a big shorter flight from Minneapolis.
I think it's our first time. I'm not meteorology side technically, but I mean I help out with aviation.
4771, runway 12 left, clear to land, the wind 180 at 12, gust 21.
Yeah, you both want to chat? You sure you don't want to chat? Yeah, you sure don't. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, I won't be here. Don't worry. That's fine. But yeah.
All right, everybody. Want to welcome in the third member of our on-air crew today, Mr. Harrison Rademacher. So great to have you back. Also, happy birthday today. It's your birthday.
Hey, thanks so much. Good to be back here as always. And it looks like we got a good roster of planes coming in and out today too. So glad I was able to pop in.
Yeah, so great to have you on board today. So great to see you again. It's been a little while. I mean, my goodness, it's been really windy up here. So with the wild weather patterns that we've been having, I mean, because you are a degreed meteorologist, I mean, you do work with that degree actively in the field of weather.
Yeah.
As a certified meteorologist, I mean, what are some of the things that are driving?
Speaking of which, Alex lost his sunglasses there with the wind.
I was wondering what that was. I'm like, okay, that better not be anything.
Yeah. No, it's just looks like a cheap pair of sunglasses that just fell. Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Well, all I have to tell everyone is welcome to spring, because we're in between warm air masses, cold air masses, so just going to keep seeing these clashes here until eventually the warm air mass wins, and then, summer will be coming once it comes, and then we'll definitely be seeing probably the warmer air continue going to the summer, but yeah, for now, just enjoy the wildness of spring, the cold days, the warm days, can't even roll out possibility snow. Even in April,
exactly right.
There's a Prince song, sometimes it snows in April, so that held true over the weekend. All right, let's get into the action here. So this is 160 heavy, I believe, with a 350.
Yeah, you'd be correct. So this is Delta 160 heavy going to AMS.
Looks like summer schedule is slowly starting to trickle in here. So
I'm excited we have KLM back. So they've been back for about a week now.
Yeah.
We'll see them tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I was able to catch them on Sunday, which was awesome.
Now, I did look ahead, and it looks like we might be getting a 787-10 next week from KLM.
Yeah, I think
subject
I saw
to change,
that.
but I did see it posted as a future flight.
And of course, as I'm sure all of you know, Delta finally has a 787 on order too. So we'll have to keep my eye out west, see when the Dash 10s are getting ready for delivery too.
That'll be very exciting.
Yeah. I'm also looking for the MAX 10s too. Paintfield officially is going to be the production site for those MAX 10s, I think. Just to
nice.
give Renton some extra room for the 8s and 9s and, eventually the 7s. Whenever those get certified too.
Because you actually are around that area. I mean, you're from here in the Twin Cities originally, but you're out from that way. So that's in your backyard now.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's why we don't see Harrison that often, everybody.
Yeah, I try to get back here on average once a month, give or take, depending on how my schedule works, but worked out pretty well. I was able to take a week off here and just enjoying some time back at home here.
Certainly grateful to have you back, Harrison. Thanks so much for stopping by to crash the party.
No worries. Yeah, it looks like we got Alaska on final here. I'm guessing Alaska just by the flashing landing lights.
And indeed, we have Chester.
71 to right, Papa 4, join Papa to the ramp, just run underground on point 9.
So, Harrison, those flashing lights, that's to get the attention of birds, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So just an extra safety measure. Think of it as like flashing ditch lights on trains, but on an airplane. Yeah. And that was MAX 9 from Portland. That was Alaska 413, which I had an opportunity to fly in one of those MAX 9s from Alaska before and after the door plug incident. Just my string of luck, I had to do a couple work trips around that.
Honor Thomas 23 says, good afternoon. Well, hey, Thomas, good afternoon to you as well. Happy Tuesday.
Welcome aboard, Thomas.
Also, Neil sending us greetings. Good afternoon, all. So great to see you back here, Neil. And by the way, giving us a correct pronunciation on the One city that we tried to pronounce earlier, it's pronounced Leicestershire. All right.
Definitely sounds like an East Coast name.
Also, Jaden, so good to see you today. There's a lot of our viewers tuning in. So, Harrison, when can we expect the warmer weather to start taking over here? Are we going to continue to see a clash of fronts over the next couple weeks?
Yeah, I think, you'll continue to see probably just a back and forth weather pattern for the foreseeable future. It's been pretty progressive, just been getting systems after systems. So looking ahead, I see a warm up going into next weekend, but then good cold front after that. And then probably steady warm up again to more seasonable temperatures for this time of year in Minnesota.
Taxi whiskey to signature, monitor .9 as you go.
Well, at least the worst of the cold is pretty much on its way out.
Fingers crossed, we can't always jinx things here, and that growing up here, but
we're already past the point of no return on jinxing that, but
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I land and I go out for dinner and I'm like, what's the snow falling? It's like, really? That was a Gulfstream G500, by the way, that landed. I do not know the origin, but if I go back on Flight Radar, it looks like it took off from the Los Angeles area. Yeah, make that Long Beach Airport. Which, if you don't know, MSP does not have a Long Beach flight. Gotta go through on Delta at the very least Salt Lake City to get over there.
Speaking of California out that way, I'm sure you've already heard the news, Harrison, that we're headed out to Los Angeles. What do you think?
Yeah, that's very exciting. You'll definitely get a lot of action there. Here comes Prime Air, Sun Country 3073 from Cincy.
Delta 2415, Minneapolis, ready to go. 2415, thanks. Traffic in RJ turning at 7 mile funnel, runway 12 left. Turn left, heading 100. Your code takeoff. Sketch 4173, Minneapolis, afternoon 12 left, clear to land, the wind 18, jog 14. Ticket 230, right turn whiskey 5.
All right, let's take another look at our landing via instant replay, Harrison.
Yeah. Definitely crosswind day, just looking at the windsock. We've got strong.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a crosswind here.
Yeah. So you always got to land just a little bit quicker when you have a crosswind.
5 Papa Lima, Wisconsin, bald eagle reported by the previous arrival.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, a bald eagle. I
So
heard the same thing on Sunday too. I think they've been hanging out down the Mississippi River, or that's usually a popular spot they like to hang out. Looks like we got another arrival here. And what do you know? Another Gulfstream. It's a G280. This one coming from Dallas Love.
Would be Love Field in Dallas, right?
That's correct.
Awesome.
Feeling the love.
Frontier 1291, turn right heading 215, 215, contact departure. Delta 160 heavy, Minneapolis, runway 12 right, line of away. 2 right, line of away, Delta 160 heavy. Delta 2415, heading 100, contact departure, next bit. Papa Lima, turn right, join whiskey the signature, and give ground a call .9.
All right, let's take a look at our BizJet touching down. We've had quite a few BizJets today, Harrison.
Yeah. The Tuesdays is just a little bit lighter in terms of like overall traffic, so no, I'd say it's a lot easier to get these smaller guys in.
Oh yeah, and of course our friend Eric Paul. I mean, he's all up. Well, he's all about those biz jets, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a little variety, I have to say. So
I
now,
got distracted with something there for a second.
Yeah, no worries. But we got 160 heavy for y'all.
Oh, yeah. All right, everybody, it's time for the big A350 to get airborne for AMS.
Heavy, the wind 180 at 10, got 20. Fly the runway heading runway 12 right, so take off.
Fly the runway heading here for takeoff, 12 right, Delta.
Southwest 8670, Sun Country Airlines, heavy Airbus on the roll, runway 12 right, clear to land.
All right, our heavy bus now on the roll.
Runway 12 right, clear to land. Cosmic turbulence from the heavy Airbus departure ahead.
I'll tell you, that prime air snuck up.
They're pretty consistent with using taxiway mic. That's what we want to see, though, right?
Yeah, that gives us the closest vantage point from the viewing area here. As well as Whiskey, too. Either one of those are a good taxiway path for us. I believe we have another arrival coming up here. This one's going to be Southwest 867 with a max 8 from Denver. Meanwhile, Alex has a 757 he's showing you going to Orlando. This is the last of the 75H is actually still flying in the Delta fleet. The 75Hs are a subfleet of E-Top 75s that originally flew for Northwest. So this one actually happens to be, unfortunately, the last one still flying just as they start to time out with cycles. So this one's 544 US. There are still some non-E-Top 757-200s flying from ships number 5650 up to, I believe, 657, and then all the other Northwest 75s still flying are the 300s, too. I don't know if those are parked for retirement or if they needed to pull the engines, considering there's some of the, I'd say, middle of the mark of 75s that Delta still has flying, you know, being around 29 or 30 years old. They still have some 75s built from 1990 still flying, just for comparison.
I think we're getting a little bit of crabbing going on.
I was going to say the wind definitely picked up during that 160 takeoff.
Trigger 3575, speed your discretion.
How we did here on the landing.
Yeah, I think they were crabbing just a little bit. Ooh,
Yeah,
Shamrock is on final approach, and they are coming in for a landing here on the north side, Harrison.
Yeah, definitely.
Air Lingus from Dublin.
Yep. I was going to say, I saw them landing as I was deplaning from Seattle the other day. Definitely snuck in there.
Yep, there's Shamrock.
Start towards the gate, please, guys, 3783. Go taxi towards it.
Wow, they're actually 55 minutes early, so they must have not had bad headwinds coming out here.
Limited Jet Cherry 63, continue straight ahead on Whiskey all the way to runway 17.
it's really picked up here, hasn't it?
That's what I said.
15 knots sustained winds is the latest METAR wind weather update.
Yeah.
170 and 15.
We might need to have like a on-station anemometer or something that keeps up.
I think we might.
Goodness, quite the wind we got. At the very least, it's to our back, which is good. Makes it a lot more bearable. That's United 2298 landing in the background of that 75.
Yeah, we wanted to get the 757 here, former Northwest Red Tail. You know, that's so interesting.
Yeah. I was going to say, especially being an endangered species, too. A lot of the 757-200s and the 320s have begun parked just as they time out in terms of cycles, age. Definitely, you know, unfortunately, rising fuel costs, too, I'm sure, playing a part. But definitely catch them while you can, because they won't always be with us forever. As I've learned, you know,
no joke.
The
you know, it's
Northwest Delta merger, you know, a lot of things I would see, you know, all of a sudden gone pretty quickly.
Yeah, Northwest was one of those airlines around the Twin Cities that, you know, everyone thought, nah, they're never going away. They're always going to be here. They're too big to pass on into history. Nope.
Yeah. Just look what happened, and then you know what Sun Country's going through, too.
So Allegiant plans to make MSP at 737 hub.
Delta 1885, runway 17, turn left, heading 135, clear for takeoff.
And I do genuinely hope that the merger goes smoothly and that the transition brings about the best possible change for all the employees and everyone impacted by this.
Yeah, keep my fingers crossed for my folks over at Sun Country. We all love what you do. Best wishes for, you know, a smooth merger with whatever happens.
Turn right, any birds on the final?
Yeah, I gotta keep an eye out for the birds because right now the bird is the word.
Yep, we love our eagles. Just gotta stay out harm's way.
Yes, we do. And there's Shamrock.
Yeah, I'm impressed. They did that flight today in 7 hours and I believe 40 minutes.
7 hours and 40 minutes. Usually I think takes them 8, right?
Yeah.
At about 8 hours.
Like I said, I think they got really good light tailwinds, or sorry, headwinds, since we're going westbound too, you know. They did pretty good.
Well, if you needed a visualization about how intense the wind is blowing here this afternoon, there you go. There's our windsock.
And Alex, it's always 10 knots when you get the first part of that windsock filled, and then I believe plus 15 when it's fully extended. So that's at least 25 knots of wind right there.
That's the other thing about the windsock that I did not know. So it's about 10 knots to fill the main part up with wind, right? And then it's...
Yeah, and then I believe it's another 15 knots to get up to 25, if I'm not mistaken. This was something that we teach to all the freshmen taking like an intro meteorology course. A lot of them are going to be pilots, the school I went to, so gotta
so they
prepare them.
So Aer Lingus no longer stuck on the end of Concourse E. They're now in the alley. And that's where they're wandering off to.
Yep. And
so they have a new gate.
Yeah, and I was going to say, because they cleared customs early over in Ireland, they actually don't even need to go visit the G gates. They can just empty out in the E gates and saves them a little bit of time on the ground here.
Absolutely. Well, WestJet does that as well with some of their flights in and out of here. And that has to be super convenient if you have the option to clear customs.
Yeah, I was going to say, I had the opportunity once.
Well, clear customs at your departure airport is what I meant to say there.
Absolutely, but I had the opportunity to do that once, and let me tell you, it just makes it a lot easier. Coming back to MSP, I think I transferred from Air Canada over to Calgary on a choir trip coming back from Japan, and basically I just cleared Canada and cleared U.S. at the same airport. Made it super, super easy.
Yeah, there you go, do two at once.
States. Yeah.
It's Brian Live. Hey, so great to see you today. Happy Tuesday. Says good afternoon, Alex and MSP Live fans. Also, Michael Walker says good evening from the UK. Well, good evening to you as well. Here from the Twin Cities. So great to have you hopping on and joining the broadcast here on this Tuesday. So Tony in our live chat says, I've been through the Dublin pre-clearance and it's slick. Oh, I bet. I mean, everybody that I've talked to, and even John Joseph, our co-host, he took Aer Lingus recently, got that pre-clearance. They do a good job of it over there.
Yeah, definitely. If you got a country that you're flying from that has that pre-clearance, what a great benefit to you. So we got 3:30 heading to the hangars, to the F gate, probably for one of our later Europe departures. But we've got Delta 165 Heavy on a short approach now, probably here in the next 5 or so minutes.
Oh, I think I see him off in the distance.
Yeah.
It's too far for the camera to focus on, but they're big enough where you can kind of see him make that left base to establish the localizer, get on the instrument landing system or the ILS approach for runway 12 right.
Mm-hmm.
165 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 160 at 13, gust 26, runway 12 right to the left.
There, you heard it. Just flying over Plymouth right now, and you heard the gust to 26, so I think that verifies my 25 knots for the windsock to you. And then I think we got Pencil coming in shortly behind the 330 Neo. This 330 Neo actually happens to be the ship I got the ferry flight on back to Seattle last year, too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because you had that experience.
Yeah, they made it super, super easy. So something that if you work in the airlines or have family that work in the airlines, that's a benefit if the airline says it's okay. Pending approval from the captain, they can oftentimes on repositioning flights take up to 19 passengers. It usually is. It flies as a Part 91 flight instead of a Part 121, so the rules are a little bit different than, you know, if you had a full crew and things like that and you were Part 121. And we got contrail going over too. That happens to be, I think, a WestJet going Orlando to Winnipeg. That's an interesting route. Yeah.
Look at that.
Max 8 there, and it's about 3 hours in the flight and about an hour to go until landing. They're cruising at 36,000 feet right there. And of course, the atmosphere is a lot colder, so you see that condensation form from the exhaust. No, folks, we don't call them chemtrails. We call them contrails.
Condensation trails. That's
exactly
the appropriate, correct term for them.
That's right. I see 165 now in the distance, so stay tuned, everyone. We got a 330 Neo on final approach here. We'll give you a shot of it coming in. And we'll have a 757-300 to follow from Orlando.
Oh, nice. We got what some people like to call an honorary heavy.
That's right.
757-300. You know what's interesting is that the 757-300, correct me if I'm wrong, has a few extra seats more in total capacity than the 767-300, its wide-body counterpart.
Yeah, even more than the right now the 330-200 too in Delta's configuration. Before the 330-200 got reconfigured, it actually had the same number of seats as the 757-300, but when they refitted those airplanes with premium select cabins, it actually brought down the number of economy seats on the airplane.
Oh, they're crabbing a little bit. See that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you want to see the head of the airplane, you know, lined up more for the runway. It's actually more lined up for us, I think. But those 330s always have unique crabbing characteristics coming down. Again, this is Delta 165 Heavy coming in from Amsterdam.
Let's take a look at that solid landing, Harrison.
Those were some strong reversers there. So the one thing I love about the 330 is that you basically touch down twice. So there's the main landing gear there, the first of the main landing gear. And then watch as they flip down, you make a second contact, and you can actually feel that on board the airplane. I'd say it's more pronounced on the older 330, 200, 300s, but you still feel it on the Neo.
It's also really nice that we have the 3 daily Amsterdam flights as opposed to 2 during the colder months of the year. Because with the spring and summer schedules, it's the other thing that we gain in addition to our seasonal friends from over in Europe, like KLM, Discover, and Air France, for example. We get
You got it.
we get an additional Amsterdam flight to kind of reinforce for that spring and summer capacity for the Delta and SkyTeam route network.
That's right.
In and out of MSP.
We got our pencil on very short final here, Delta 1208 from Orlando. It's November 581, November Whiskey. Making it the first of the pencils Northwest got.
Well, that's the other thing about MSP Airport is that we are a 757 hub.
That was a floater.
All right, let's take another look. Yeah, they floated a fair bit down the runway before they planted those mains down near the intersection of runway 12 right, left, and 422, which is the crosswind runway here at MSP as we have our look over instant replay.
Yeah, those longer airplanes, it can be a little tricky to put down once you get a strong crosswind like that, especially an airplane like a 757. You just have so much airplane to try to put down there. And definitely floated, I think, a little longer than they intended to, but nevertheless, they got it down.
The 757-300 and also the 200 variant has more than enough stopping power to bring that aircraft to a nice, slow, safe exit speed when they turn off the runway.
Absolutely. Next up, we've got United 732 with a 320 from Denver. And then that will be followed by the Sun Country Gopher livery.
All right, Gopher Pod.
Yeah, that's right.
It's making a cameo today. How fun.
Absolutely.
All right, so here's a United flight from Denver. All right, let's take another look via instant replay.
Yeah, this one seemed pretty smooth to me.
Yeah, they slipped in at a good time, too. The wind's kind of died down a little bit, especially those gusts.
Yeah.
A little bit more tolerable.
Yeah, I will give credit to the previous planes. Like, the wind was making quite a bit of noise. This 320 landing, you know, I think it timed perfectly with the winds calming down just a little bit. It also looks like the windsock, if anything, turned a little bit more in line with the runway, so probably a little bit easier for them to get down.
No kidding.
So next up will be Gopher Pod. And it looks like, you know, a few spotters out here, a lot of people just hanging out, you know. Nice Tuesday afternoon.
It's a little bit better than I thought it was going to be. I mean, tomorrow it's going to be excellent outside. As far as spring weather is concerned, it's going to be much warmer than it is today.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the warmer temperatures. They got pretty nice out west, too.
Ooh.
Right around. Appreciate it.
Michael Walker, 2066, thanks so much for gifting one MSP Airport Live membership. Dream Spinner 3, MN. Hey, enjoy your new MSP Airport Live channel membership. You got all the fun interactive emojis you get to use. Have fun with it.
Those are always fun. I love your emojis. Yeah, they're great.
Well, I'd like to add more, but YouTube is a little bit restrictive. All right, everybody, here's Gopher Pod.
Gopher Pod from Cancun.
All right, let's take a look at one of our top highlights of the day already. Harrison, the Sun Country University of Minnesota special livery, nicknamed Gopher Pod, touches down.
Yeah,
it's perfect lighting for it, too. I mean,
absolutely.
boy, does this livery pop.
Yeah. No, definitely helps having just the high clouds. And, again, the one was about the same as the previous United, so we got lucky there. And they got lucky, definitely, with that landing.
Rob Viking 1, Aviation this afternoon, MSP Airport Live, and everybody got the red tails out. Hey, good afternoon to you. So great to see you today. It's good to see spring is here at MSP. Got the 747 and A350 emojis already out. Yeah, we would agree. We're excited, too.
Yeah.
Turn right at Golf, then Papa, and contact ground point 9.
And isn't there an Aer Lingus?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in that little...
Hello, Tower. 2381, turning final for 12 right. 381 Minneapolis Tower, wind 170 gust 21, runway 12 right, come for the land.
Awesome.
12 right.
All right. One of our spotting friends letting us know that our UPS 747 is just over Faribault, Minnesota.
That's what I love about the spotters here. We're always helping each other out. You know, anything special coming in, we're going to do our best to let you know. Here comes Tripod coming in from Orlando. This is Sun Country 344.
Mike Flack 98. Hey, thanks so much for the $2 super sticker.
Ooh, not only is it a tripod, but it's got scimitars too. I forgot. They don't have as many scimitars.
26 Minneapolis Tower, wind 160 runway 12 left for the land.
Alex, I think they got the wind again coming in.
Yeah, they did. We'll have another look.
Up.
But yeah, it looked like it was a little bit rougher of a landing, I think, than maybe the previous two arrivals.
Yeah, the wind definitely
Still well done,
up.
though.
Yeah, absolutely. Any landing is a good landing if you talk to a pilot. And definitely took a little bit more runway than the rest, but that's okay.
They're probably pretty full, too.
Yeah, you know, it's still probably spring break around here. Probably a few extra Cancuners coming back.
1819 Minneapolis Tower, wind 15010, runway 12 right for the land.
Let's see, and
So the wind's died down a little bit.
Yeah.
You'll see that reflected in our next wind update in the graphic below, which is tied to the weather station that is adjacent to runway 12 right.
Looks like Alex 747 is now over Burnsville. It's probably going to be heavily sunlit. Actually, I see it from my my own self, just passing down to the south of the field there.
It's behind us at an angle where I can't.
I was going to say you probably have a lot of sun looking that way, and it's probably not good for the camera.
I can't. I would be blocking the camera view standing up on the ladder, so it's.
Yeah. Next up.
It's on the downwind for sure.
Yeah. We got 320 from Charlotte, American 2381. Former U.S. Airways, A320.
I think they're doing a little bit of crabbing too here.
Yeah, definitely picked up again. Just got to time it right with the winds today, pretty much.
Tell you what, they really took the challenge at hand and they stuck into this wind. Look at this landing, nice and smooth. I think this is one of the smoother ones we've seen all day, as a matter of fact. Look at that. That is what you call a greaser.
Yeah, definitely, you know, the fly-by-wire gives you a little bit of help there. Try to put that down.
Hey, it's a mosquito. So that's what all the buzz is about, Harrison.
Yeah, that's Bemidji Aviation there from Thief River. Looks like they just got back here from their shore hop.
I love seeing the Metroliners, Harrison. It's a nice throwback.
Absolutely, right? I mean, I grew up seeing
Yes.
mostly the South 340s, but the Metroliners take an ancestry to those. When I was growing up, the 2000s, you know, we would call them red mosquitoes, the South 340s. So that Northwest Airlink livery that Masaba had, man, I mean, really, really hard to miss.
Clean.
2218 Minneapolis Tower 17013 gust 20 runway 12
We've
right.
got
Clear to land.
Delta 1819 here from San Jose del Cabo, coming in now with a 739.
Straight from the tip of the Baja California Peninsula.
105 runway 12 left. Clear for takeoff.
That is a 3-hour, 30-minute flight that they're just touching down now from.
Delta 3506 Minneapolis Tower. Cross runway 12 right. Right on Whiskey Skyway 3506. Skyway 3673 Minneapolis Tower 116.
Let's take another look at our arrival from San Jose del Cabo,
Yep, and
better known as Cabo San Lucas.
that's right. And definitely the 900. It's a faster airplane coming in, just because it's a little bit more airplane, and like the Cancun flight probably has a lot of people coming back from their spring breaks. Maybe more people going too. You never know.
Just wait till the summer.
Definitely will be a lot more people flying, I think, this summer.
We're going to have a phenomenal summer for plane spotting, it looks like. Air France, KLM, Discover.
That's
Our
definitely-
European
yeah.
contingent will return for another season.
It's definitely another good collection here. This is SkyWest Embraer heading to O'Hare. And if you look at the tail number and the winglets, this is an older Compass bird. See the tail number 604CZ. So the CZ
Yep.
was Compass's registration
Oh, wow, okay.
that they used. So
That was a regional affiliate of Northwest.
absolutely. And they carried on into Delta a little bit, but Delta wanted to basically consolidate the regionals down to 3. So Compass ended up kind of being liquidated into, you know, spread out into the other regionals where a lot of the pilots luckily, you know, continue to work. I think mostly SkyWest or Republic with those Embraers. Most of the Embraers went on to Republic, but a few ended up at SkyWest. And the SkyWest ones actually kept their original registration. All the ones that I know that went to Republic got re-registered.
Oh, wow.
Just had a little bit of context to the history of those Embraers.
No, that's super fascinating because that's actually something I did not know. I wondered what the Charlie Zulu registration suffix meant. Well, hey, now I know.
Now you know it's a Compass bird. I believe this is our next pencil. Yes.
You are correct. Delta 2218 from Phoenix is next up.
2463, turn right at Papa 3, join Papa, contact ground 1.9er.
590 NW, so another one of Northwest's finest pencils.
I don't know. Do I use this lens for the 7.4? Or do I
Behind them is 2568 Heavy from Louisville. That's our queen.
That's a pretty good back-to-back, Alex.
Yeah, the 757-300s and the 200s are such a common fixture at MSP Airport. So if you're a fan of the Flying Pencil, well, I'll tell you what, this is the place to go plane spotting.
So 2118, roll down to Alpha 3, turn left, straight into the gate, and monitor.
That's a pretty smooth pencil landing.
Yeah, pretty smooth.
A lot of times, too, when you have more mass in the airplane, it's a little bit easier to control
Yep.
with crosswind landings. I'm just thinking back to when I first saw the LA-28 livery here. That was an empty ferry, and it was pretty windy from the south.
Boy, I think that's probably our smoothest 757-300 landing of the day. What do you think?
That was pretty good.
Pretty good.
And I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, the snowbirds are starting to work their way back, especially how hot it's been in the desert Southwest the past few weeks. Hopefully it's nice and cool for you when you're in Los Angeles next month. Should hopefully begin their sea breeze as long as they're onshore.
It's going to be such a fun week out in Los Angeles, Harrison. I know that you said that you might want a non-rev and hop down to do some spotting with us. You're more than welcome.
Yeah, we'll see what I can do. There are a lot of opportunity flights from Seattle, Los Angeles. That's a pretty busy route of SeaTac.
All right, everybody. It is time to stand at attention. The Queen of the Skies is now next for arrival. Coming in from Louisville, Kentucky. UPS 2568 Heavy is moments away from touching down at MSP South Parallel.
Number 5427, Minneapolis Tower, wind 15013, gust 20, runway 12 left for the land. Minneapolis Tower, wind 16013, gust 20. Caution light turbulence for a heavy 74, just touching down, runway 12 right for the land. BS 2568 Heavy, turn right at Whiskey 3, right turn on Whiskey, contact ground on point 9er. Delta 1905, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross runway 12 right, right turn Whiskey, cross runway 4. That's 12 right, Charlie, right Whiskey, and cross port up 9. Encore 3817.
So it'll be interesting to see where exactly UPS 2568 will taxi. Now we're staying on the tower frequency today, and that is due in part to the fact that, and by the way, a big shout out to our assistant producer Logan Justice, who happened to have his scanner with him popping by the viewing area after work, but I forgot my scanner back at home. I was going to leave with it. I'm like, I'm missing something.
Luckily, I got mine too, just in case we need another one. But thank you, Logan. We appreciate you.
So I had to spend time coordinating that. That was one of the many different things that caused a later than expected start.
Man, Alex, if that 717 slows down enough and that 74 comes up, that'd be a interesting shot here. We got 717 taxiing.
We want the 717 to get moving because I'm really hoping that we get a mic taxi for our 747. How amazing would that be?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. You definitely want them to speed up because they're going to Indianapolis.
Oh, yeah.
Got to show off those Rolls-Royce BMW engines for us there.
It's such a unique engine, too, on the 717. It's a collab BMW Rolls-Royce turbofan. The BR engine sounds so fun.
That thing
they're so fun to listen to is what I meant to say. They sound so great.
And as a passenger, that thing is a rocket ship. It climbs so quick.
Oh, it's one of the most fun airframes that I've had the privilege to fly on, and I kind of want to book another trip on a 717 somewhere. But I mean, I'm already going to Los Angeles. I'm going to get to fly on the Atari Ferrari on the way back on the 757-300, and then the A321neo on the way out. So I'm going to try a couple of new products.
You will love
Delta.
both of them. Yeah, those are great choices.
Yeah, so I've already got my trip, and of course, you guys will be coming with because we're going to be doing live shows out in Los Angeles May 6th to the 8th. That'll be fun. Well, Harrison, it's happened already one time this year that the 747-400 has taxied next to us on Mike following its arrival at MSP.
Yeah, let's...
Will we get a Mike taxi?
Let's make it
from the 744.
Mm-hmm. This looks promising. They're still moving at a good clip.
We got the taxi on Mike, Harrison.
That
All
was
right.
perfect. Oh, man, that was amazing.
I got the 382 Minneapolis Tower, wind 16013, got 21, runway 12 right, to the left.
Off to parking there, and that sister flight from Rockford is just about to touch down now. So it's definitely UPS rush hour here at MSP. So we got the A300 now about to touch down.
UPS 5556 Heavy, turn out at Whiskey 7. Right turn on Whiskey, contact ground on 1.9.
All right, at Whiskey 7, right on Whiskey, switch south.
That's some good stopping distance there. Wow.
Yeah, the A300s, they tend to slam on the brakes a little bit excessively sometimes, but that was a pretty smooth stop. The reason that they do it is because they're trying to save some fuel on the taxi to the ramp, because they know that they got to go the other way. So if they can get off sooner and then shorten their taxi up, they will certainly try for that option if available.
Yeah, you never know, too. What they're carrying might be empty. Definitely that 7.4 was probably pretty full if based on that stopping distance.
Well, they went the whole length of the runway pretty much. They were down a fair bit after they touched down.
I was going to say it definitely took a while to get here. Let's see if we can go 2 for 2 on the Mike taxiway.
Wind 16014, forecast 21, runway 12 right, for the land.
In the foreground, you'll see an American flight from Dallas land with a 737-800 too.
We're going to get another Mike taxi. You know what? I think we're going to go 2 for 2 with taxiway Mike.
2 for 2.
Yeah, it's official now. UPS 2 for 2 on taxiway Mike with our cargo heavies tonight. The 747 went taxiway Mike. And now our A300 from Chicago Rockford.
Alex, I think we got away from the pilot there too.
Oh, nice.
Definitely I was waving. There's a few other people waving, and I think we got waved back. We got Sunny coming in from Fort Myers. That Delta 321's headed to Atlanta. And then we got A220.
Inbound from San Antonio, Texas.
That's right.
Delta 2528. We got a Prime Air winglet on the right side of this Sun Country 737, and they have the normal one on the left wing.
How wild is that? I even saw a Sun Country 738 with the old blue nose from the old livery. I called it Pinocchio the other day. I was like,
oh, that's funny.
Looks off. Yeah. And here's a NetJet's going to Teterboro too, so it's definitely picked up here as we're approaching the dinner time rush hour.
During the spring and summer schedules, I mean, when you basically start at 2:30 p.m., as we did today, holy cow, does it pick up after 3, after 4 o'clock? It gets super busy, and it all kind of happens at once.
Yeah, it just doesn't stop. It keeps coming. We lost the sun a little bit, just some high clouds in the background. We still have, you know, the blue sky up to the north, luckily.
Well, we're doing A-okay.
Yeah. Definitely a lot warmer.
At least it's not below freezing and windy at the same time, you know?
Yes, we definitely like the south one. That's the warm one. Not the northwest one.
So there you go, Harrison. There's a spotting birthday present for you, being able to witness the close taxi of our 747-400 from Louisville on taxiway Mike.
That's pretty awesome. Here's that San Antonio 220.
Envoy 4043, Minneapolis Tower, wind 160 at 11, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Whoa.
Short delay on the runway for a slow time to Teterboro. I can get you airborne here in about 3 minutes.
That would fight the wind up here on top of the ladder here myself, Harrison, because...
Yeah, it definitely picked up again.
Kind of feels like it's swirling a little bit here.
Yeah, luckily, I don't think we have any wind shear issues today, as far as I know. You know, potentially when you get frontal systems, the winds aloft could easily be doing different things than they are at the surface. And then sometimes here we even get the low-level turbulence, just, you know, a lot of speed shear, if anything, versus directional shear. Winds, you know, come from the same direction, not necessarily different directions.
Alright, class 12 right on Charlie, right on Whiskey, class runway 4, United 2272.
But yeah, it looks like we're gonna, you know, continue to see south winds through at least tomorrow morning, but we'll have another front coming through. So we'll see those winds turn back.
Delta 120 or 170 Heavy, beg your pardon, from Seoul, South Korea. Under 20 minutes away, arriving with the A350-900, so we still have plenty more heavy action tonight.
Yeah,
And things are going to continue to get interesting here with the wind. I mean, not that they already have been today with the wind. I mean, we saw some light crabbing as well with some of the arriving traffic on both parallel runways.
Yeah, actually, so the Seoul flight is just about over, let's see, they're just north of St. Cloud. Actually, they took off about 20 minutes late, but they're only going to be about 45 minutes early. How cool is that?
Yeah, imagine that.
Runway 12 left, clear to land.
Make up a little bit of time. We got United taxiing out here.
Swing to our right and capture that here real quick.
Yep, this is going to be 319 heading back out to Denver. It's United 2272. And then we got a duo of Embraers on the approach now for both the 1-2s.
MSP to Denver, one of the busiest routes. Always fighting with Chicago O'Hare for the top spot in that category, in and out of MSP, it seems.
There's definitely a lot of competition, and I think that helps, you know, if you have to buy a ticket with the low pricing. It's really helpful to have that. Whereas when I go to Seattle, I'm only competing really with Alaska and Sun Country. So those can tend to be a little expensive sometimes.
Turn left to Kilo 8, short of Kilo. We'll hang out there just for
Have you flown Alaska yet?
Yeah, I've had to fly them for work a few times, and they're definitely nice. I've also seen, you know, the 787s now all repainted in the Alaska livery.
Okay, we'll phone the 170 ice pad. Doesn't matter what spot.
Denver's in a ground stop, is what we just heard on frequency here. So they're going to go to the 170 ice pad, kind of sit it out, call the company, and I guess figure out what they're going to do.
Yeah, you know, I'm never shocked flying into Denver, and I have to do a trip out there later in June. You never know what to expect sometimes. That's always the one airport that either for spacing or if there's any weather coming through, they oftentimes will change their configurations pretty often, depending on the weather. So the two Embraers, this one's a SkyWest flight from Sioux Falls, and the other one is an Envoy on the north side from DCA.
United 2272, the updated time, we'll hear something by 2315 Zulu. Time now is 2155 Zulu, so you're going about an hour 15. Okay, thank you, that's 2272. Delta 2262, Minneapolis Tower, 17012, gust 23, runway 12 right, clear to land. Visit 540, contact departure. Runway 4043, turn right at Papa 4, then Papa, contact Alpha 9.
Look at this Gulfstream.
Look at that Gulfstream. I was going to say, how cool is that livery? Is it giving you Lufthansa 100 vibes? It definitely is for me.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
It just needs that deep blue color.
Yeah. Can't see where it's going on flight radar, but I would imagine they'd be going to wherever your imagination is taking you to. To put it lightly, yeah.
2272 seconds. Hey, if we need to shut down, is this a good spot where we need to move out of your way? 2272, no, it's a good spot. You can shut down there. Okay, thanks, 2272. Additional aircraft, Golf and Whiskey, Colonel, altimeter 3025. United 2272, actually we just heard back. You are released to Denver, so you're not included in the ground stop. So as soon as you're ready.
Oh, well, that's some good news.
Yes.
We are released. Okay, thanks, 2272. Just give us 2 minutes to recombobulate here. Roger.
Hopefully they didn't shut down their engines already.
So Mike 7896 says there are strong gusty winds in Denver right now that are causing havoc.
Yeah. You know, typical Denver pattern, especially with the mountains. You know, you get,
United 2272.
especially when you get any heat there in the summertime. That's a lot of, you know, Chinook winds. You know, a whole bunch of different kind of winds, 80 back winds coming down the mountains, just accelerating basically as they come down.
Alan Lee, ATC, so great to see you today. This is good evening from a pub in the northeast of England.
Man, we've got some dedicated viewers. That's impressive. Whew.
GJet92 says hello. Well, hey, great to have you on board. Happy Tuesday.
Join Papa, contact ground on point 9 traffic.
We got another private jet passing by. Here's that Falcon. I think that just landed a little bit ago on its way back out.
2272, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff, 2272. Go with 4284, Minneapolis Tower, wind 16015, gust 23, runway 12 left, clear to land.
If you had wings, thanks so much for tuning in. So great to see you today. Says, hi, Alex. I was in Atlanta the weekend of AvCon. All right.
Yeah, that looked like fun. So that was a Delta invitation. Hey, there's a flight I flew in on Sunday, Delta 941. Except, I'm sad, it was not operated by that Neo. It was a 739. But
the A321 Neos, there's something else, though. I mean, when we're talking about the domestic offering that Delta has put forth to the consumer, I think the A321 Neo is just such a phenomenal airplane.
It pretty much hit the sweet spot in every way you can imagine. Just so comfortable to fly on, good overhead bins, really cool lighting, especially in the middle of the cabin with those tiles that Delta opted to put on with the aerospace cabin.
Sorry about that. Anyway, we got sidetracked there. So if you had wings, says, hi, Alex. I was in Atlanta during the weekend.
Turn right at Papa 3, join Papa, contact ground on point 9.
Here's a 321, yep, from Vegas.
So we'll get to the comment here in just a second. It's getting busy.
426, Minneapolis Tower, wind 15013, gust 23, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Gusting to 23 knots. It seems like the last few times we've been out here, Harrison, we've just gotten no break from this stiff set of windy conditions that just seem to be constant every time we're out streaming, it seems.
Absolutely.
Brickyard 3681, Minneapolis Tower, keep the speed up, traffic's 2 out at Delta, cross runway 12 right, right turn on Whiskey. Alright, Delta, cross 12 right, right turn on Whiskey, keep the speed up, okay, 36, schedule. Okay, and a 7327 Romeo X-ray, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17 on point.
All right, so if you had wings, says, hi, Alex. I was in Atlanta this weekend to speak at the AvCon event. All right. Sounds like a lot of fun. I was seeing a lot of the different things that all the creators were sharing at that event. I wish I could go this year, but we're going to LAX, which is the reason why we decided to not attend this year.
That sounds like a really cool Geek get-together. I would love to learn more about that.
Yeah, spoke with Eric of Jet Set Shirts. Had a lot of nice things to say about MSP Live. Yeah, and hope you got yourself some cool Jet Set Shirts aviation swag. Yeah, Jet Set Shirts has a lot of fun apparel for av geeks, travel enthusiasts.
Here comes another Embraer.
2007, contact ground, join Papa,
from Kansas City to SkyWest 3933.
3, turn left at Alpha 5, and Alpha contact ground on.
I was taking another look at our Embraer touching down on the Sun parallel.
Yeah. We got another Embraer taxiing in front of us to Newark. But, yeah, Alex, you know, it's the dome on top of that Embraer.
It's got Wi-Fi.
Yeah. The regionals are wrapping up putting the Hughes free Wi-Fi on all the regional jets. So if you notice extra dome on an Embraer or a CRJ, that all but confirms you got the free Wi-Fi.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like the folks aboard this United Express will probably have to do without.
Yeah, most likely, unless Republic has a different system on board with United.
Yep.
I don't know off the top of my head, but hopefully all of you going to Newark, you've got a movie downloaded or something, or, you know, just the good old look out the window.
Yeah, plug in and listen to music. And, you know, for these really, really short domestic hops on these regional flights, I've never really used the in-flight entertainment or really the Wi-Fi that much. I just put on some music, look out the window if you've got a window seat, and just let the scenery roll by.
Yeah. No, there's definitely a lot of cool things you can see from the air. Next up is A320 Delta 1226 from Bozeman.
Rob Viking 1 Aviation says, I flew the A320 with Neo 2 weeks ago. Oh, how fun. Says, nice plane, good legroom. Thanks for the report, Rob. Makes me excited for my flight all the way out to Los Angeles. John Joseph. Our assistant producer, Logan Justice, more than likely will be coming as well.
Yeah, you got a good
At least for the first half of it, but so I was working on editing our trailer that we're going to be coming out with, as we are now a month away from our expedition to sunny Southern California.
Delta 1226, turn left at Alpha 5, join Alpha.
Let's take a look at the 320 lane. I think I had a little bit of a bounce at the touchdown.
Let's see here.
Yeah, it looked like it. Yeah, it's starting to come up a little bit, and then probably throttle down, and yeah, just boom.
Maybe lifted a little bit there, but
Delta 22,
yeah, you can certainly tell it was having to try and fight that wind a little bit just to get it down.
Yeah, I think so. Luckily, you know, when you're on the 320, it's a little bit of a cushier landing than on the 737 where you have, you know, more distance.
That's such an excellent point to bring up.
The airplane and, you know, where the gear touches down. The 737s, you definitely feel a lot more than the Airbuses, I'd say. So let's watch the 737 here and see how they do with the wind. It's still pretty blustery here. Another Cancooner here. Flare.
27, turn left at Alpha 4.
Let's take a look.
Well, let's look at the tail of the tape. You mean the winds
right there. Yep.
Yeah, a little bit of a float.
Tower 4118, Minneapolis, 15016,
well, nice and smooth landing. Look at this.
Definitely good recovery there.
Excellent.
The passengers are probably thinking, oh no, we're about to slam, but then, you know, good recovery there.
Relax, you're flying Delta.
Yeah. I'm like, uh-oh, do I need to hold on to the seat in front of me? I get that nerve sometimes.
Departure Rico 3681.
I trust them, though.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Gordon, for sending one MSP Airport Live gift membership. Also, Mike 7896. Enjoy the membership. We got fun emojis. And here's the other thing, too, with the LAX trailer project that Logan and I are working on. As soon as we're ready with that, you guys are going to get to see it before the published date.
That's pretty cool. Here comes Delta 2696 from Tampa with that 321 there.
Delta 170 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 15015, gust 21, runway 12 right for the land. 12 right, clear to land, Delta 170. Delta 3962 Minneapolis Tower, Mike Cross, runway 12 right, right turn on,
Mike Cross, 12 right, right turn on,
Delta 8976 Minneapolis Tower, wind 15015, gust 21, runway 12 left, clear to land.
That one was smooth, I think. Pretty continuous descent down to the runway.
Nice and smooth again. We've had some greasers here. I think the last 3 consecutive landings have been nice and smooth.
Yeah, most definitely.
The winds are kind of a little bit more down the pipe for our parallel runways, too, it looks like.
Yeah. I think it's definitely working out a little bit better.
That's the kind of headwind that if you're a pilot, you would thoroughly enjoy that.
Absolutely. Makes it a lot more stable on the approach. So we got an Embraer here heading to Milwaukee, a SkyWest 3962. They got the Hughes too. Do you really need Wi-Fi for a quick hop to Milwaukee? Sure, why not?
Well, I would imagine if you're taking that short hop for business, and if you have stuff to work on and whatnot during your flight, Wi-Fi is a pretty essential part of the journey.
Absolutely. Here's a Des Moines Endeavor CRJ.
So 3733 Minneapolis Tower at Mike Cross, only 12 right, right turn on Whiskey, traffic 3.5 out.
At Mike Cross, runway 12 right on Whiskey.
Over 4913, turn left at Alpha 7, run Alpha, contact Alpha 9.
All right, everybody, our next arrival, Delta 170 from Seoul.
That came up pretty quick.
So 3733, hold short of runway 12 right.
Hold short, 12 right, pass 3733.
Delta 1476 Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross 12 right, right turn Whiskey, cross 4, traffic 2.5 out.
Charlie, cross 12 right, Whiskey, cross 4, Del 476, remove.
Oh, nice. We're going to get some sun here soon.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Oh, perfect. We got a nice break in the Alto Cumulus, I call it.
Bemidji 1323, squawk 4520.
All right, everybody, here's Delta 170 from Seoul Incheon with the 350-900.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 16012, gust 21, runway 12 right for the land.
Third line 12 right,
Wind's picking up again, too.
So 3962, runway 17, bottom away. So at 3733 at Mike Cross, runway 12 right, right turn on Whiskey, traffic 2.5 out.
At Mike Cross, runway 12 right, right on Whiskey, pass 3733.
So at 3962, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. So 3962, just confirm left turn to 120. DJ 13 or 23, turn
Alex,
left
I smell a little bit of tar from that landing.
Yeah, I do as well. Let's take another look here via instant replay because, yeah, they were a little bit wobbly coming in.
Yeah, The cool thing about the 350, especially if you've flown this airplane in flight sim, you probably know, but there's a brake to vacate feature. So the airplane, if it's depending on the pilots, if they're braking, you know, with auto brakes or manually, they can. As soon as they touch down, the plane will automatically, you know, adjust the braking distance to whatever taxiway they want to exit on. So it's a good way to just adjust the airplane, you know, depending on how fast you're coming in, but just make sure you get the correct exit. It's a cool little feature.
Yeah, it's just one of the many features that make the A350 such an easy aircraft to fly comparative to the other Airbus wide bodies.
Absolutely.
I mean, that plane is so intelligent. Massive screens in the cockpit. Excellent efficiency and performance. The best looking Airbus of all time, in my opinion.
It's a pretty good looking one. That was a Delta 2936 from Salt Lake City that just landed too.
Delta 2936, turn left at Alpha 4, the heavy weights, join Alpha, contact ground on point 9er.
Chris Patz, so great to see you today. Thanks for tuning in. Says, hey Alex, is your viewing area open to the public? It is. The MSP Airport aircraft viewing area is open to the public, dawn to dusk. Come on down. It's the best seat in the house. Seem to have better views than the cell phone lots. Yeah, this is the place.
This park was open 10 years ago in the fall of 2015 too, so can't believe it's been that long we've had this beauty here.
I know, right? Doesn't seem like it, but yeah, the viewing area has been here for that long.
Yeah. And believe me, it's a privilege having something like this here. Not a lot of airports have this good of a viewing area here. But, Alex, here's Los Angeles 413 739 about to touch down.
Wind 15014, gust 21, turn left heading 120, runway 17, let's take off.
And there's our Soul plane, Delta 170.
Not a Soul train, but a Soul plane.
Delta 413, turn left at Alpha 4 and contact ground on point 9er.
Looks like fire is responding something in the F gates too. I don't know if you see that, Alex, to the left. But I see at least a
I
couple
see them too here.
I hear the sirens in the distance.
Yep, there they are. So it looks like we have a medical emergency here. There's an ambulance trailing a fire engine that is currently responding.
Hopefully everyone's okay. We'll see where they go.
Delta 2647, Minneapolis Tower, wind 14014,
Looks like they're following that. I don't want to say they're following that 737, but we'll see where they end up going.
All right, we're going to switch gears. We're going to focus our attention on the next inbound arrival on runway 12 right.
Yep, this is Delta 2877 from Denver, another 321.
Delta 2699, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross, 12 right, right on the gate, cross, 4, traffic, 2.5 out.
Charlie, cross, 42 right, join. 4.
Top of 470, Minneapolis Tower, 140 at 14.
Check this out here. I think this is a little bit of a rougher landing here. We'll have another look.
Let's see. Yeah, a little bit of a float there.
Top of 3478 firm.
Still a solid landing, though. I do want to make note of that. Pretty solid coming in there from Denver with the 321.
Yeah, any landing, like I said, is a good landing. We'll gladly take it.
Yeah, one you can walk away from. It's a good landing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like we got United coming this way with a 737 in the United Continental Merger livery.
Those are starting to get a little bit rarer, too.
I was just thinking the same thing. You're reading my mind, Harrison. I thought the same exact thing that you did. I'm like, yeah, we're not seeing them as much anymore just because Evo Blue is their current livery, and United has been very good about painting as many airframes as they can that still exist in the older livery into the current coat of paint.
58 Minneapolis Tower at Mike. Cross runway 12 right, right turn on whiskey.
Mike, cross 12 right, right turn whiskey, at 658.
So December Air landed from Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Southwest 3470 on that 140 heading, contact departure beyond. You too.
And that 320 sent Raleigh Durham that just taxied in front of us, too.
All right, let's catch up to that United 737 currently taxiing.
24 Minneapolis Tower, wind 160 at 14, gust 21.
Definitely a low throwback.
Clear to land.
United is another airline, too, that has a MAX 10 on order.
2699.
Just like Delta and Alaska and American.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Everybody's going for the Big 10. Oh, we got Bunny down there, too, on the field.
Yes, we do.
It's hoppity,
Then, of course,
hop,
it ran off.
Yep, it's right behind the sign.
Quit scaring the animals, man.
Trying my best. Another 321? Yep, San Diego. Oh, it's a Neo,
yeah,
too.
321 Neo, nice.
2647.
Wind 17015, gust 22, runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to 12 right, Delta 26, turn left at Alpha 5, join Alpha, contact Alpha 9.
Pretty smooth, yeah.
Pretty firm touchdown, but smooth nonetheless.
Yeah, those Neos are pretty quiet, too, from the inside. And we got our MAX 9 on the north side.
Yeah, looks like they're headed back out. So they are headed off to Seattle.
That's right, 555.
Yeah, the triple nickel was serviced to Seattle.
Yeah, we got a lot of fun flight numbers at Seattle, right? 868, 881, 505. A lot of easy flight numbers for me, remember.
On that 140 heading, contact departure.
I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that, does it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe if it's flight 1, but
yeah, or if,
555 is pretty easy to remember.
Yeah, I would agree. Looks like we got a 737 coming in from
Sun Country 424 from Los Angeles.
Got it. Looks like a little interim livery love here.
It's in the simplified titles livery.
United 658 Minneapolis 917, line up and wait, please delay in position for that wheels up time to O'Hare. You release at 27 after.
17 line wait now.
Secretary 424, turn right, back to the Whiskey Delta
All right,
Monogram.
let's take a look at our Sun Country arrival from Los Angeles.
Welcome back to the cold. It's been hot down there the past few weeks.
Yeah, it has. No kidding. Just ask our friends from LA Flights, Peter and Josh. It's around their neck of the woods.
Yeah. No, I definitely have my hand gloves out here today, and I'm definitely starting to feel the chill a little bit. If it wasn't as windy, you know, it wouldn't feel as bad.
It would actually feel quite nice out. Well, and then, of course, you also have to factor in that the cloud cover is not helping either.
Nope.
Definitely need some more of that heating from the sun. That would be really nice.
And some vitamin D. Next up is Delta 2392 from Jacksonville. Is a 320. Oh, this is a fun registration. November 350 NA. November Alpha. Yes, it is still Northwest.
So when it comes to the history of the Northwest Fleet, John Joseph knows a ton about those red tails that we see flying for Delta, the aircraft that were part of the Northwest Fleet before the merger. So if you hear us talk about red tails, it's in reference to the former Northwest Airlines aircraft that are currently in service for Delta, such as this A320-200.
Mike Cross 101 direct, taxi to Whiskey.
Sun Country right at Mike, right turn Whiskey, 3799.
Yes, 3178, Minneapolis 6, mile final, 75, wind 17014, just 22, runway left right, clear to land. Delta 2392.
Yeah, I wish I had the chance to talk to John about his Northwest stuff too, just because, you know, I have some deep family roots into the airline too, but...
Yeah, and you know, as I was going to say, and, you know, finish my thought here, I just wanted to step back and watch and listen to our arrival from Jacksonville, Florida. But, you know, with John Joseph, you also know a fair bit about the Northwest Airlines fleet. We've gotten really deep into the weeds looking up information on some of these aircraft, like the 757 that we saw earlier.
Yeah. Like, you probably know about the series. Like, you know, we had the 5500 series, the 5600 series, which was only a handful of that left. The 5500 series, gosh. Those, if they're still flying, would be over 40 years old, but they were retired about 10 or so years ago. Unlike this Embraer, which is definitely a younger one here, heading to Midway. This guy was 37.99. Yeah, only 6 years old.
Well, you know, speaking of Chicago, we have an inbound Delta charter from Chicago O'Hare with a 757, Delta 8842.
Who could that be?
Next in line, I believe that's a sports charter.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what team's on board, though. Were the Twins out there, or Timberwolves, or...
I'm probably going to guess...
Or the Wild, even, you know.
Well, the Minnesota Wild, they're actually at home today.
And I was going to say, they made the playoffs, right?
They have clinched a playoff spot, so...
Let's go.
That means more potential postseason work for me.
Yes. So just like the 75s we were talking about, consider these chartered 75s as an endangered species, too. The first 321neo for the NBA charters was actually, I believe, delivered recently. So I think those are based in Indianapolis, and those are going to start taking deliveries soon, too.
Oh, interesting. That I did not know.
Yeah. And a lot of these 75s flying in the charter configuration are some of the oldest 75s you'll see still flying. A lot of them, too, don't even have winglets on them.
Yeah, you got to like the classic look, though, you know, without winglets.
Oh, definitely. I flew on a good chunk of 7.5s without the winglets too. Let's see if we can get you that shot here.
Or now on 7 line up and wait. Unit 658, flighting 150, contact departure.
Departure on 658.
Yes, 3799, turn left heading 150, runway 17, clear for takeoff. So 2565 Minneapolis Airwind 16013, gust 22, and I want to right Colonel Ramp. Thank you. Delta 8842, turn left Alpha 5, it looks like you have, and you can contact Alpha.
Out for 35 years old, she looks pretty good.
And Delta keeps these jets in such great condition, and really all of their older jets as well. So we take a look at our Delta Charter touchdown.
That goes to show you how well, you know, you can make an airplane last as long as you take good care of it. And here comes an Embraer from the Mayo Clinic, Rochester.
Rochester, Minnesota.
That's right.
That's 178, turn left, contact Alpha Point 9er.
I didn't even know I was streaming today, so I had to pop by and say hi. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a good day to spot, that's for sure. So, yeah,
I'm trying to get a little.
yeah, I'm gonna have to call it a night, unfortunately. So
I tried to put on my furry.
I'll be thinking though with the camera here, like over the next like over time here a bit. So
Yeah, I'm here for next weekend, so I'm alright. Yeah.
was that plane from Rochester a charter?
That one's just a regular SkyWest flight. They actually do let people fly. Yeah, that's
4,000 series number.
SkyWest. They operate usually with like a 3,000 or 4,000. Endeavor is like 4,000.
407 minutes, 3 mile final is Boston 7012, gust 22, and I went 2 right, clear to land.
Southwest, 48.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Do colleges charter like that too?
Very rarely you see them get like a major airline. Oftentimes they're using like a cheaper airline.
460, you can enter runway 17 and report clear the runway.
They just use their Gulf line. They do. I also got. Oh yeah.
I get a winch.
Spain 17011, gust 21.
All right, so we're gonna get our next arrival.
6, I should say, Delta Charlie Control Point 11.
Delta Charlie, control point 11.
All right, let's take another look at our Delta arrival. It just came in from PSP. That would be Palm Springs. We got Southwest from Austin, Texas. It's behind it.
Hops 46 off 17.
Popping back on, Alex. Yeah, a few spotters starting to succumb to the cold out here, but definitely.
Yep.
If you got a heated car, that's one of the best things you can have out here, just to try to protect yourself from the elements a little bit.
There might be a period of time where I may need to do the same thing and retreat into my vehicle just to get a little bit warm.
Yeah. Might have to go have my birthday dinner here soon. I'm starting to get hungry too. It's nice when, you know, places give you freebies, so definitely gonna have to take advantage of a couple.
100%, yeah. So where are you planning on going?
Oh, man, so many choices. I have a long list of freebies. The Cafe Zupas might be the easiest one just because it's right by
There you go.
here.
Yeah, Cafe Zupas is pretty good.
Yeah. And then I can get like a free dessert, I think, from there. I was at the Pancake House earlier for brunch.
Oh, nice.
And they gave me a free confetti cake. Pancake, that is. Here's a Southwest Max on short file here.
That is 3893, sunrise, contact now. Southwest 407, turn right, taxi, Whiskey Delta, monitor ground point. Right, Whiskey Delta.
Let's take another look at our arrival that came in from Austin, Texas with a 737 MAX 8.
Yeah, looks pretty good to me. Oh, a little float there, but luckily they're right up against the runway, so not really a factor at all.
Yeah, nice smooth touchdown.
Yeah. That's one thing, you know, the airlines have been doing a good job with when they expect rough air. You know, landing is, I think they've done a really good job just having the flight attendants sit down early just to make sure that they're not getting hurt staying up in the cabin. I think the U.S. Airlines,
absolutely,
they've taken rough air incidents in the past, you know, few years a lot more seriously, and so they're doing their best to try to keep everyone safe on the airplane. Yeah, it might suck to have that seatbelt sign on for forever, but they oftentimes, you know, get good reports from other airplanes flying around just so that they can try to help, you know, everyone else out to have a smooth ride. Yeah, a little break in the action, but I see another arrival coming in soon.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 14015,
and that will be a
12 left.
220 from Dallas with a 321 from Atlanta north side, and then I think we got a little break after that with the arrivals.
You also have FedEx 798 Heavy that is coming up from the south with a 767. Will we go 3 for 3 today with the big heavy cargo taxis on Mike?
That would be nice. Go for the turkey, just like in bowling. 3 in a row. Let's do it.
Yeah, go for the turkey.
Go for the turkey.
It's not Thanksgiving. Nah, who cares?
Who cares?
So if you're just joining us, welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. Alex Renning, Harrison Rademacher, friend of the show, joins us as an occasional co-host. I know that you are from the cities, but you live out west. So you actually live in the Pacific Northwest in the Seattle area, and sometimes you come back to the Twin Cities for a little while. We always appreciate having you on. And
yeah, it's always good to come home and see my folks back here.
Yeah,
and see all of you guys too.
Yeah, and the knowledge about the Delta fleet that you have up in that noggin, pretty impressive. I know that there are a few interesting facts that you pointed out today with some of the aircraft that we were seeing.
Yeah.
At first glance, it might look like, oh, that's just another ordinary 757, nothing to take note of. Well, not necessarily.
There's a lot of history, behind every airframe, and a lot of airframes, hippity-hop to different airlines, too, quite a bit. Especially the leasers. Oh, perfect parallelogram, the Atlanta one, the foreground.
Minneapolis, Charlie, cross runway 1 right, taxi whiskey, cross runway 4.
Charlie, cross 1 2 right, and whiskey, runway 4, United 552.
So 2972.
All right, let's take a look at our 220 that just came in.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one, I think.
From DFW.
Big airport calls for a big landing.
Sure. Yeah, it certainly does.
DFW is definitely one of the bigger ones out there.
Also know that we have quite a few folks that tune in from the Metroplex area.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate all of you local folks here. Continue to support the show.
Yeah, here in MSP, also the folks down in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area. I know that we have a few of our channel members that are down there, too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Absolutely. A huge appreciation to you guys, too. Here's United 320 going to SFO 552. Alex, you probably heard the FAA news about the waiver being pulled for the synchronized approaches.
Yep.
That's a bummer. That's going to take down their approach rates, too. I think now they can only do 36 an hour, which I think their rates were in the 50s before, so that's definitely going to slow things down on busy days, I think.
Certainly an interesting change of wind.
Yeah.
With operations over there at SFO with regard to parallel arrivals. I had to throw in my wind reference at some point.
That's a good one.
Yeah, because this wind has just been unrelenting.
Yeah, I'm starting to get freezing here. I might have to take a warm air car break at some point.
Yeah, it might say 45 Fahrenheit, 7 Celsius at the bottom, but it feels way colder than that, like it's in the 30s.
Yep.
Thankfully, tomorrow we won't have to deal with the temperature, the cold temperature factor as much, but the wind will certainly be pronounced tomorrow as well.
Yes. Well, at least hopefully break 60 tomorrow.
Oh, that would be super nice. And, by the way, we're going to get a shift in the winds expectedly tomorrow, so we'll have 30 ops tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like you'll have 30 ops in the afternoon, so that'll flip things up a little bit.
Now, if we start a little earlier in the day, that could give us the opportunity to start with stuff on the 12s if they are configured for a south flow, and then end with the 30s. I like it when we have shows where we're in the middle of one traffic pattern and they flip the airport around. That's always super fun because you get a little taste of both in one program.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, actually, we have, besides FedEx 798, we got another pencil that I just saw turning in the distance from Fort Lauderdale is Delta 1134.
FedEx 798 Heavy is also on the downwind, too, so we're going to see them here in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Arrive from the Super Hub in Memphis.
So let's see, what else can we talk about? So you got your first 321neo and pencil flight coming up.
Yeah.
What seats did you all get going down the back?
Well, window seats. I made sure that
yes.
I booked window seats on the left side of the aircraft.
Perfect. Yeah. Are you towards like the front of the plane, the back of the plane?
Well, for me, it's behind the wing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's behind the wing on the outbound back home to Minneapolis on May 9th.
Mm-hmm.
On the 5th. I think it's also slightly behind the wing on the 321neo inbound to LAX.
Perfect. Yeah, so that's the one nice thing about the 321neo is that it has such a big Comfort Plus section. That Comfort Plus cabin goes all the way back to the overwing exit. So it's a pretty big cabin.
57 on a 5 mile final wind 16017 gust 23 runway 12 right.
But you're on one of the quieter airplanes, and believe me, you will notice a difference compared to the regular 321 sitting behind the engines.
Oh, absolutely.
It's about, in my experience, about at least 10 decibels quieter, maybe even, 15 to 20 at times.
Well, in my case, louder the better, but that's coming from an av geek or an aviation enthusiast. So
yeah,
if you want that quieter ride, don't take my word for it.
But definitely you can, have a normal conversation with each other on takeoff. I don't know if you've been in the back of a 737-900 on takeoff, but it's pretty deafening back there. It's almost like DC-9 loud being back there with those CFMs. It looks like we got pencil taxiing too.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing, Harrison.
Yeah, what do we have here? This one's 2209 in Orlando, so continuing the spring breakers of Disney World and Universal and all of those fun places down in Orlando.
Talking about Universal has me thinking about Velocicoaster.
Yeah.
I'm a huge roller coaster guy.
Speaking of roller coasters, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Valley Fair with the new ownership, too.
552. Turn right.
Yeah, that is an interesting question. If they're going to put a lot more investments into the park, or they're just going to kind of sit on everything for the time being.
Yeah, I'm hoping they get the new coaster, because I saw they had a loan out for $20 million for something big.
The last major coaster that
Renegade, really,
got
right?
put up, yeah, that was that coaster.
Almost 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh, I think 2008.
I would have been third grade when that opened. Third going into fourth grade. It's hard to believe. All right, here's that pencil from Fort Lauderdale.
798 heavy Minneapolis traffic. 6 ahead is an Airbus runway left right, clear to land, run 15014, gust 23. Delta Twin 209, Minneapolis Road, Charlie, cross runway 13 right, taxi whiskey, cross runway 4.
The 2209, cleared across 12 right at Charlie, on whiskey, cleared across runway.
Nice and smooth, Harrison. Check it out.
Heavier wind is 150.
Yeah, that was a good landing.
14, gust 23.
I like the, the adjustment of the pitch there coming in.
So they floated a fair bit down the runway here, as well as some of the other 757 landings that we have seen throughout the day today.
Yeah, most
This one a little bit more of a greaser, though. Excellently done.
I agree. Good job on the crew of that Fort Lauderdale flight.
Well, from one 757-300 to another.
Yeah, I'll tell you, they've been doing a good job with the pencil operations here, and it looks like we're going to continue to see the pencils a fair bit this summer. So you got pencil going to LAX. I also have pencil service coming to Seattle starting next week.
That's right.
So with FIFA happening this summer out west especially, I think with the number of tourists coming out there, I think that's also why they want the pencils on that route, which is a good deal for us. That'll give me, a lot more chances to get on the flight standby too.
Boy, listen to those Pratt & Whitney PW2000 engines. Isn't that just music?
Pratt & Whitney, I always love Pratt & Whitney. They have some of the cool sounding engines, I think. And Northwest was a very big fan of Pratt & Whitney, so almost every airplane that you see in the fleet would have had Pratt & Whitney engine, with a few exceptions. That being the 320s and the 319s. The used DC-10s they got, the DC-1030s. Those were a variety of CFM and GE.
8948, Minneapolis Road, right, 776, runway 12 right, clear to land. Wind is 1 23. Delta 2129, turn left, contact ground point 9er.
Another pencil. I think that one landed. Yeah, that's the Fort Lauderdale one. Yeah, there's just pencils everywhere. It's hard to keep track.
Envoy 4043, Minneapolis Tower, traffic on the left-hand sector, cross runway 12 at Charlie, taxi whiskey, and cross runway 4.
And our next landing should be FedEx 798.
I'm sorry, on Charlie, is it a whiskey cross 4?
I'll tell you what, about time.
Christian American 2379, Minneapolis Tower.
Yeah, geez, we're coming up to the 6 o'clock time.
Final, cross runway 12 right, taxi via whiskey. Cross runway 12 right, taxi via whiskey, and keep the speed up, American 2379.
All right, everybody. Here's FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis. They're cramping a little bit here, too.
Yeah, most definitely.
2209, fly runway heading on A17, clear for takeoff.
So 2209, cleared for takeoff, runway 17, runway 10.
Endeavor 4695, Minneapolis, Mike Cross 21 right, taxi via whiskey.
Mike Cross,
FedEx 798 Heavy, taxi whiskey, Delta Tango, cross runway 4.
So I think they're going whiskey, Delta Tango, and we'll cross runway 422 to the ramp. So I don't think we'll get a mic taxi with FedEx, but that's okay. The 747, that was the highlight of the day, without question.
No doubt about that. Same with, you know, the 300. Nice close-up too. Both, you know, different sets of engines. The GEs always have a nice scream to them. The Pratt & Whitney, that, you know, that pitch drop with the spool is always pretty cool too.
3035, Minneapolis Tower, turn left, setting 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Apologies for the camera being a little bit shaky here. The wind has just been a nuisance the entire day.
5104, Minneapolis Tower, 17015.
It's making everything far colder than it actually is outside.
Yeah, we're definitely doing our best to stay warm for you guys.
140, contact departure.
left turn 140, call departure, Delta 2209, good day.
American 2379, Minneapolis 917, line up on white. Line up on white, 17, American 2379. Delta 1486, Minneapolis, our wind 17014, runway west right, clear to land. American 2379, by runway heading on A17, clear for takeoff. Runway heading 17, clear for takeoff, American 2379. Envoy 4043, Minneapolis, runway 17, line up on white.
17, Envoy 4043.
Sun Country 3035, heading 120, contact departure. Sun Country 8948, turn right. If you aircraft, Delta, you can have it.
Yeah, Delta Sun Country, 948.
Hey, where are you parking today?
We're going to hangar 948.
You're to 8948, taxi via Delta, Kilo 3, and hold short runway 17, remain this frequency.
Alright, Delta Kilo 3, hold short runway.
All right, here we go. FedEx 798. Now traversing taxiway Tango, they will take that to their ramp, located smack dab behind us.
Target 2379, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Right turn 215 and open to departure, American 2379.
Now, I would follow that FedEx 798 Heavy to the ramp, but I make a better door than a window.
Yeah, no worries. Yep.
Boy 4043, turn left, heading 130, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
That's 120 for takeoff, 17 runway 4043.
Still great to see the Boeing 767 for FedEx, as usual.
Yep. We got another arrival here, and I'll probably go warm up after that and get a birthday dinner here. But Alex, it's been a pleasure to be on the show today. As always.
It's been so great having you on too, Harrison, and
Yeah. So
spending some time with us.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll stick around for that 319 Delta 1486 from DCA, and then I think we got a little bit of a break. The arrivals, and yeah, not too bad for a Tuesday afternoon, especially during shoulder season.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, before the summer really starts to ramp up here.
Carlos Garcia, so great to see you today. This is good afternoon from
40,
Albuquerque.
43, heading 130,
Velocicoaster at Universal Orlando was crazy, so much fun to ride.
Hey, Albuquerque, home of the Sunport, as they say, not the airport.
Heading on 17, clear for takeoff.
So the wife had to work in Orlando in November, so the kid and I flew out to meet her and make a quick vacation out of it. Well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
The Hulk was pretty good, too. Oh, I'll bet.
Some good coasters, yeah.
If I'm going to Florida for roller coasters, it's not just Universal Orlando. It's going to be Busch Gardens in Tampa.
I love Busch Gardens. I went there years ago. That's a nice park. Of course, you and I both know Cedar Point pretty well.
Yep, and that's a place that I can say that I've been there.
Yes. Definitely go if you can, if you're a roller coaster nut like both of us.
Yeah, I got to ride Steel Vengeance.
Runway 17, Lima,
Lucky. Still haven't been on it.
Yep, Magnum.
Yeah, Magnum's fun.
I couldn't hit all of the coasters in the park because I was traveling with a friend of mine. We were on a road trip and we decided to make a pit stop, but
yeah,
we got to as many coasters as we could.
That's a pretty good selection there.
Well, we spent a lot of time riding Top Thrill 2.
Nice.
And it was opening day for that attraction.
That thing just looks insane. That was the one coaster
It is.
In its old form, I was like, nah, Millennium was about as high as I wanted to go. I was like, 300 feet's enough, so.
Well, you know, you're going so fast on Top Thrill 2. I mean, it really doesn't hit you as much as to how high you are.
Absolutely.
As opposed to being on a ride like, you know, maybe Millennium Force, or even go outside of Ohio to the state of, well, actually North and South Carolina to Carowinds, ride Fury 325. That right there is that is a coaster force to be reckoned with. And I'll tell you what, if you're coaster enthusiasts, that is a coaster you have to ride.
Awesome.
I've done that twice.
Yeah, that's a good ride.
The one time that I went to Carowinds. Such an incredible coaster.
Yeah. Well, Alex, thanks for allowing me to be part of my birthday here, and thanks to all the viewers for your continued support for the show again.
All right, yeah. Thanks so much, Harrison. Also, have a very happy birthday as well, too.
Much appreciated. We'll talk to you all soon.
So that's Harrison Rodenbacher. Always great having Harrison on the show.
Ticket 384, Minneapolis, wind 17015, just 25. Runway 128, quarter lane.
That was nice. See, this is all certified since the last time out. Getting his hands probably a lot faster.
Blue Street, 5455, 1012 right at Mike.
Blue Street 5455, Minneapolis Tower, at Mike Cross, runway 128, taxi whiskey.
At Mike Cross, 12 right, taxi whiskey, Blue Street 5455.
We'll see if I can pop on. I can't say the whole afternoon, but I'll see if I can see it. Appreciate it. Gotcha. Okay. Sounds good. At least I made it once. I'm gonna hop in it. Yeah, we'll catch up soon, alright? Thanks again.
All right, everybody. All right, so I am back. And I'll tell you what, this wind is really starting to get to me. Man, is it cold. So ever since the clouds took our sun away, and I think we won't have any more sunshine for the rest of the day today, unfortunately. But there's still plenty more great plane spotting action to come. So what we're going to do, since I need to get warmed up for a little bit here, we're going to throw it to an intermission for about maybe a few minutes. I don't like to do these, but in this case, I need to get warm. I am freezing out here. Tomorrow, we won't run into that problem.
5455, Minneapolis Tower, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
0, runway 17, clear for takeoff, Blue Street 5455.
Minneapolis, that was you in 1619 or just 25 on the right code line. Thank you. Skywest 4233 Minneapolis, Tower 5 on the heading, and I went to left clear for takeoff. Envoy 3781 Minneapolis at Mike Cross, on the right side, taxi to
Whoa!
Cross 12 right, taxi whiskey, Envoy 3781.
Hang on to your hats if you have any. probably not the best day for a ball cap, but maybe a door cap, because my goodness. Yeah, the wind's got some attitude.
Contact departure.
All right, everybody, so we're going to take a pretty brief intermission here. We'll be back in about a couple of minutes after I get warmed up. Stay tuned, everybody. You're watching MSP Airport Live. Back with live plane spotting action here in just a few.
Yes, 4301 Minneapolis, roughly runway heading on I went to left, clear for takeoff. Window 5051 Minneapolis, our traffic is departing ahead of Sierra, wind 15015, just 25, runway 12 left, clear to land. Envoy 3781 Minneapolis, tower runway 17, line up and wait.
17, line up and wait, envoy 3781. Confirm it, 1537, clear land 1 to right and a wind check.
So 1537, you are clear to land, runway 1 to right, wind 15016, just 25. Yes, 4301, turn left heading 105, contact departure. Envoy 3781, turn left heading 150, runway 17 clear for takeoff.
Left 150, runway 17 clear for takeoff, envoy 3781.
Envoy 3781, turn left heading 150, contact departure.
Left 150 and over to the departure, envoy 3781.
With the 1537, turn left, contact ground point niner.
Left turn, 1537.
462, turn left heading 130, runway 17 clear for takeoff. And 6 at 462 heading 130, contact departure, good day. Good, 5051, turn right, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9er. Thanks, you.
Delta 1878, right base 10, visual 12.
Delta 1878, Minneapolis, tower, wind 16, clear out 16, gust 24, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land on 12 right, Delta.
Minneapolis, tower, flight runway heading runway 12, clear for takeoff. Delta 2607 Minneapolis Tower, flight runway heading, and I went to left clear for takeoff.
North 98, roger. Turn back 988, wind 16014, gust 24, turn left heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. So 4005 Minneapolis Tower, wind 16014, gust 24, runway 12 left, for the land. 2607, contact departure.
Window 2607, turn left, 05.
All right, everybody.
53, man, turn line, crossway 12 right turn on whiskey.
I will cross 12 right on Mike, right turn.
Well, I am officially warmed back up, and we're ready for the second half of our show. Coming up here in just a little bit, we will have Delta 258 Heavy rocking and rolling to Dublin with the A330. That's coming up around 6:30. We'll also have quite a few 757s to show for as well, with one currently in motion. Will be en route to Orlando. Delta 942 is on the move as we jump right back into the action here.
Plane 982, 21, Delta 1878, contact ground point honor. Plane 982, may up down 16014, gust 24, runway 12 right for the land. Mach 988, contact departure.
All right, so here's our 757 to Orlando, Florida, headed to runway 17 for departure. There we go, Steve Lundaby throwing up the red tail emojis. Yeah, we got an ex-Northwest 757-300 in motion. It's headed to Orlando. Great to see you today, Steve. Also, Fisher, greetings to you. Happy Tuesday. Fisher says hello from Waterville, Minnesota. Hope y'all are having a fantastic Tuesday at MSP. Well, we certainly are, and could be a little warmer, but could be a lot colder.
40, run by 17, take off Delta 50.
So just as a heads up, we'll be on the air expectedly tomorrow. Looking to broadcast KLM for the second time in 2026. Last Wednesday was an excellent program a week ago, and the reason that we were not on the air on Friday. Despite having that Friday off, I had to do a lot of personal things to catch up on. And also the weather was just downright cold and nasty. So Minnesota weather in late March into early April is just all over the place, and so of course I had a pretty busy weekend with a lot of family stuff going on too. But despite what happened this weekend and really sort of at the end of last week, hopefully with the weather getting warmer, we'll get more shows. We'll get more shows in at MSP for you.
Open 942, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Open 1026, runway 17, out of way.
Fisher, there was not a stream yesterday. I know that Mondays are days going forward, and I know that a lot of you were looking for a stream yesterday. The weather yesterday was worse than it is today, and I also had some other things going on that needed to be taken care of, so that certainly played a factor in as to why there was no Monday show this week. As far as our Wednesday show is concerned, tomorrow afternoon we should still be on for tomorrow.
Up at 942 on the 120 heading, contact departure.
So we got a trio of narrow bodies there that are waiting their turn to cross the active south parallel runway because we've got Delta arriving with an A220.
So 4064, max count, Mike Cosmo 12, right turn on whiskey.
Cross 12 right on Mike, right turn whiskey, that's 4064.
So 4056, max count, Mike Cosmo 12, right turn on whiskey. 2385, max count, Charlie Cosmo 12, right turn whiskey, crossway 4.
Cross 12 right, whiskey, crossway 4, Delta
2610, contact departure. Delta 2982, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point center.
Turn left, join Alpha, ground point center.
So 3820 Minneapolis Tower at Mike Cosmo 13, right turn on whiskey.
At Mike Cross, right on whiskey.
All right, looks like our flight to Dublin has pushed back from the gate. So Delta 258 Heavy will be underway in moments.
Delta 1026, contact departure.
So our next inbound arrival is Delta 2078 from San Francisco, California. Will be our next landing on runway 12 right. We're going to swing to the left here and catch it.
3791, Minneapolis Tower at Mike Crossway 12 right, right turn on whiskey.
That might crash 12 right there.
So it's 4640.
Let's take a look at our arrival that just came in from San Francisco, California, Delta 2078,
Left turn going out the ground.
operated with an A321.
4988, Minneapolis Tower 17014, runway 12 right for the land. So it's 4056, runway 17, line up away.
All right, it looks like our A330 to Dublin is now strutting its stuff. It's headed to the south parallel runway to depart.
Fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. So 3820, runway 17, line up away. So 4064 on 140 heading, contact departure.
So Fisher, I have yet to look at the flight schedule for tomorrow. So we're going to get our UPS and FedEx cargo heavies like we did today. And tomorrow we also have KLM. So that will be probably the most notable thing on the docket so far. So we'll have KLM tomorrow, we'll have UPS and FedEx heavies, we'll have all our usual Delta international arrivals and departures. And thankfully, much warmer weather tomorrow.
Of the 258 heavy Minneapolis Tower, wind 16016, gust 23, no traffic on final, runway 12 right, line up away, traffic crosses downfield.
2 right, slide point, Delta 258 heavy.
Delta 4056, turn right, heading 215.
All right, Delta 258 heavy, now going to line up and wait with the south parallel.
Yeah, power Delta 258 heavy. Yeah, release on 3500 south.
258 heavy off road. Delta 4988, turn left at Alpha 7, going out, contact Alpha 9er.
Alpha 7, Alpha, airport 9er, airport 982.
Delta 2385, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 3791, runway 17, line up away. Protect 6, Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position at Alpha 3, cross runway 12 right, right turn on whiskey.
Another one, right, turn on whiskey.
Delta 3820, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Delta 3791, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Clipper 6, continue Whiskey Charlie to control point 11, monitor down now on point 9er.
Whiskey Charlie, control point 11, on point 9.
So Fisher, to answer your question about the Sun Country merger, the two airlines, Allegiant and Sun Country, are...
Runway heading, runway 12 right, Clipper takeoff.
Runway heading, Clipper takeoff, 12 right, Delta 258 heavy.
Up 2385 on 140.
There we go, Delta 258 Heavy, cleared for departure to Dublin with the A330. So Fisher, later this year is when Allegiant and Sun Country plan to merge and become one, but we'll see if that actually ends up happening. We'll just have to play it by ear. There's a lot of unknown variables.
Heavy, turn left heading 105, contact departure.
105 heading, going to departure, Delta 258 heavy, good day.
Okay. So 3791, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
All right. Delta 258 off to Dublin. Gotta love the A330s, always putting on a show.
Southwest 4256, Minneapolis, Tower, wind 17012, gust 23, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So Fisher, the two companies are going to merge. Allegiant and Sun Country will become one airline. Expectedly later this year, when the two operator certificates are merged into one, at that point Sun Country will cease to exist. But we'll see what ends up happening. Sometimes mergers are a little bit tricky. Looks like we got a 321 Neo that is headed out.
Turn right heading 215, contact departure. You too.
So also, before I forget, and I know I was not able to get to it right away earlier, so my apologies for that, but we do want to send a big thanks to Michael Walker for sending one MSP Airport Live gift memberships so I can get my on-screen chat to work. Okay, there we go. Also, big thanks to Mike Fleck for the $2 super sticker as well. Thanks so much for helping us out. Also, Gordon Wold sending one MSP Airport Live gift membership. Thanks so much, Gordon. All right, so I think what we're going to do here, and also, by the way, Monica, hey, thanks for tuning in today. So I'm getting really cold here. And looking at the flight board, there's not going to be a whole lot of interesting stuff coming our way, so I think it's probably a good time to start winding the show down. Yeah, I know it's earlier than I typically do, but I'm getting cold. Really cold, as a matter of fact. Even though I have my coat on. This wind is just making it miserable. There's not a whole lot going on, so I think we're going to conserve our energy for tomorrow.
2931 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 2.5 out at Charlie, crosswind 12, right turn whiskey, crosswind.
And we will be doing a much longer show tomorrow, but I am super excited and happy that we were able to make it out today to catch our 747 coming in from Louisville, to eventually see it taxi by on Taxiway Mike. Second time this year that we've caught that on the show. That's super special.
Runway 12 right for the land.
1 2 right, clear land, Delta 9.
Hey, Daniel. Boost fan checking in. It's Daniel Swanson, one of our awesome mods. Holy cow. Hey, thanks so much, Steve. Steve Lundaby just sent 5 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. Thank you so much, Steve. Also want to thank all of our wonderful new subscribers today for becoming a part of one amazing community. We will be back at it tomorrow. I'll tell you what, tomorrow is expected to be a lot more interesting. We'll have KLM on the docket. 787 Dreamliner. We'll have our usual Delta Heavy Airbus suspects. We'll also have our cargo heavies from UPS and FedEx like we did today.
927, turn left at Alpha 7, join Alpha, contact ground on point 9er.
Left Alpha 7, join Alpha, ground point 9, 3927.
And right as I want to end the show, it just gets busy. There is a flood of arrivals that are going to be making their way in. I think we can stretch it out a little bit more. Maybe till about 7. You know what? Let's do that.
Delta 21, 22, wind 16016, gust 22, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So it's about to get really busy
Delta
here.
2931, runway 17, line up away.
All right, here's Delta 914 from Los Angeles.
3024 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, right turn on whiskey.
Cross runway 12 right, Mike.
5404 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, right turn whiskey. That's a 914, turn left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground flight honor.
Alpha 4, Alpha 29 or Delta 914.
All right, let's take another look at our windy arrival from Delta 914 out of Los Angeles with the 737-900ER.
Yeah, both towers,
1956 Minneapolis Tower,
Michael Thomas, yes, I know. I looked at the weather forecast for this weekend. It's supposed to be up into the 70s. So yeah, we're going to look at potentially doing one on Saturday. Yes, there will be more shows this week. And thankfully, things will start to warm up here on the horizon when it comes to our weather. Because I'm getting really sick and tired of the cold spring weather.
5530, runway 17 on a point.
You know, I don't mind the cold weather, but, you know, after a while it gets kind of annoying. I'm not going to lie. I'm sure a lot of you folks would agree as well that live up here in the Twin Cities area or the surrounding region that, yeah, spring is not off to a very nice start as far as the temperatures are concerned. Well, there have been some really nice days kind of sprinkled in, but I think the wind and cold has been the prevailing headline when it comes to the early spring anyway, especially today. Though the upside, it's made for some pretty interesting landings too. We had some crabbing going on with quite a few of our arrivals. Oh, come on, camera. I think our camera's starting to get cold too. Doesn't want to focus.
Delta 2931, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Air 5022, turn left at Alpha 7 if you got it. Tug waits, join Alpha, contact down flight 9 traffic 2 behind you.
All right, we're getting A330 Neo with a tow to match. Nice.
So it's 4024, fly runway heading, runway 17.
Probably getting ready for one of our international flights that'll leave later tonight. I wonder if this is the aircraft that will be assigned to Delta 10 Heavy, which, by the way, now departs during the 11 o'clock hour in the evening.
5404, traffic ahead on the roll, runway 17 on a point.
17 on a point, 6404. Delta 24, 37, 5 miles final, on the runway 13.
2437, Minneapolis Tower, 16015, just 22, runway 12 right for the land.
On the way to the land, 1 right, on the point.
Let's take another look at our Southwest arrival that just touched down from Denver. Southwest 1956 arriving with the 737 MAX 8. And our next arrival on the South Parallel, Delta 2437 from Spokane, Washington. Airport code GEG.
Number 5404, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clip the So 4024, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Number 5404, contact departure.
Departure, get there, number 5404.
All right, let's take another look at our arrival from Spokane, Washington with a 737-900ER. We've seen a lot of 737-900s today for Delta. Of course, we see a lot of them every day, but in particular, it just kind of seems like they are busier than what I'm used to seeing. Oh, well. Anyway, super reliable for Delta. I think we got WestJet coming in on the north side. Nope, United.
Open 1059, Minneapolis Tower, wind 16015, runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 12 right,
DeWitt 14 says you caught my landing at 5:03 p.m. in the 320. A little breezy today. Great video. Well, hey, thanks. Super glad that we were able to catch your landing. Yeah. It's a little bit gusty today. It's turned me into a popsicle. I am frozen up here.
Turn left at Alpha 5.
All right, let's take another look at our most recent Delta arrival. It's Delta 2654 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Behind that, Delta 1059 from Tucson, Arizona, followed by Delta 2695 from the Big Easy down in New Orleans.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 16018, gust 24, runway 12 right, clear to land. 2773 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, right turn on whiskey.
Cross runway Mike, right turn with
756 Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross runway 12 right, right turn whiskey, cross 4.
All right, let's take another look at our landing. This flight coming in from Tucson, Arizona. Looks like we got some de-icing trucks that have made their way to the 12 right de-icing pad just across the way.
574 Minneapolis Tower, turn right at Alpha.
All right, how about some A220 action?
Right at Alpha, Alpha 8, hold short 12 right, Delta 574.
This is Delta 2773. It's headed to San Antonio, Texas. This is a A220-100, so it's the shorter version of the A220. We've also got Delta 756 to San Francisco that's trailing them on taxiway whiskey. So there is Delta 756. All right, now let's go catch our inbound arrival coming in from the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana, Delta 2695. So the A220-100.
So 2773, fly runway heading, runway 17, so the takeoff. Turn left at Alpha 5, contact ground on point 9.
Okay, so here's our second look at our touchdown from New Orleans. And is this cloud cover going to start to move out here? Looks like we might have a break in the clouds.
605, it's that kid inbound for 12 right.
Just off to our southwest, it looks like. Here, look at this.
We'll land 12 right, Delta 605.
Delta 756, runway 17, line up away.
Hopefully the cloud cover can give way to some much needed sunshine.
Delta 574 at Alpha 10, crossing 12 right, right turn on whiskey.
Alpha 10, cross 12 right, right on whiskey, Delta 574.
Delta 756, fly runway heading, runway 17, so the takeoff.
All right, let's take another look at our touchdown that just happened on the south parallel from our flight out of San Jose del Campo.
71, turn left, join Alpha, contact Alpha
It's
9.
another 737 900 AR, and I think
Delta 2238,
we might get some extra sunshine here.
14, gust 24, runway 12 right, for the land.
Runway 12 right, Delta 2238.
Delta 2773, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Delta 574, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
This is Delta Flight 2145. It is headed out to San Diego, California. So this flight is assigned the Airbus A321neo. I'm excited to take my first trip on the A321neo coming up on May 5th. Just less than a month away, everybody, to our LAX expedition. Can you believe it? Well, tell you what, our LAX trip is going to be here so fast. It's going to be here before we know it.
Delta 2107, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right turn on Whiskey 2.5 now. Delta 1701, Minneapolis Tower, wind 16012, gust 24, runway 12 right, clear to land. Delta 605, turn left at Alpha 5, contact ground on point 9.
All right, Delta 2107 now crossing the south parallel, making its way to 17, outbound to Santa Ana, California tonight. It's also the much bigger A220-300.
215, contact departure. Delta 2145, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2274, Minneapolis Tower, wind 16012, gust 24, runway 12 right, clear to land.
All right, coming in from Las Vegas, here's Delta 2238. Let's take a look at our arrival from Sin City, USA, aka Las Vegas. So we'll have a couple more arrivals behind them, and it looks like the sunshine might just start to I can finish my thought here. Getting distracted with looking at what's on flight radar. But it looks like our sunshine is just about to break through the cloud cover.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
All right, here's Delta 1701 from Harlingen, Texas.
Delta 2145, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
All right, let's take a look at our arrival from Harlingen, Texas, with the ex-Northwest A320-200, November 367, November Whiskey, is the aircraft assigned to this flight tonight. A 27-year-old Airbus A320 delivered in March of 1999. And I think the sun is starting to come out. So look at that. We're going to have a phenomenal sunset tonight. All right, let's catch our next arrival coming in from Phoenix, Delta 2274.
One-107, turn right heading 215, contact departure, see ya. Right. Turn left at Alpha 4 and contact out on
All right, let's take a look at our inbound A321 touching down from Phoenix.
Delta 1888, visual 1 right.
Delta 1888, Minneapolis.
Not a bad landing at all. Pretty smooth.
Runway 12 right, clear to land.
2 right, clear to land, Delta 1888.
There we go. We got our sky that is just starting to clear up just off to our west. So these clouds are on their way out of here.
Number 5480, turn right at Papa 4, pop to the gate, monitor point on her. Delta 2087 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 out at Delta, left turn Delta, cross runway 12 right turn Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Delta, 1 right. Cross 4, Delta 2087.
All right, so coming up, our next arrival, Delta 1888 from Cancun, Mexico. Had quite a few flights today from Cancun. It's been a pretty busy route.
1308, visual 1 right.
Delta 1308 Minneapolis Tower, wind 15014, gust 21, runway 12 right.
Certainly a good spot to go to with much warmer weather, especially with how our spring has shaped up to be so far. Nice and cold. A very Minnesota spring indeed. Well, hey, if you're enjoying today's show, make sure to hit that thumbs up button, easiest way to support the channel. And just want to point out that we are going live tomorrow.
29,
so we will have much more excitement tomorrow. KLM is on the docket. So they are Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays here at MSP. And so they will have that tri-weekly schedule up until about maybe the end of October when the seasonal service concludes for the year. Then it will start back up again in 2027 at some point.
Delta 8784, turn right at Papa 4, contact ground point, Niner.
Let's take another look at our arrival from Cancun. And looks like we're going to get some sunshine to end our day today.
So the 1683 Minneapolis tower makes the next left turn at Delta, traffic 3 out. At Delta, crossing 12 right, right turn Whiskey, crossing 4. Delta, traffic 3 out, and join.
Delta 2246 joining taxiway Whiskey for runway 17. Now in view, the A321-200.
Gust 21, runway 12 right for the land. Delta 2713, wind 16013, gust 21, turn left heading 105, runway 12 left.
Delta 1308 will be our next arrival on the south parallel coming in from West Palm Beach. So the A320.
Delta 2941 on that 105 heading, contact departure there. Delta 2087, fly runway heading, runway 17, so for takeoff.
All right, and it looks like we have our sun back finally. The sun has just broken through the cloud cover. How fantastic. Turn left at Alpha 5, contact ground on Alpha 2713, contact departure there. Wait, we're going to get some excellent golden hour lighting here. I think we might stay on until 7:30 just because of it, too.
Delta 1858, Minneapolis Tower, wind 15016, gust 24, runway 12 left, for the land.
And yes, I'm still cold. But you know what? I'm excited. We're going to have some fantastic golden hour lighting coming up. I think that is more than worth staying on the air for. What do you guys think?
Delta 2246, fly runway heading, runway 17, set for takeoff.
Mike Flack 98, thanks so much for the $2 super sticker. Much appreciated.
2087,
pull that up here in just a minute. Trying to get through our evening arrival rush. Want to make sure that we're not missing anything here.
Delta 1683, runway 17, line up away.
Here's Sun Country 606 from Phoenix.
Turn right at Whiskey 7, Whiskey Delta to the gate, monitor .9 RCO.
Whiskey 7, Whiskey Delta, monitor .9.
All right, let's take another look at our Sun Country arrival coming from Phoenix. English is hard for me today, apparently. But why does that lighting look spectacular? Yeah, I'm glad we stayed on for golden hour. I was just about to give up. views like that make it worth it. Despite the cold, you guys are worth it. Thanks, Mike, for sending the $2 super sticker. Much appreciated. Also, we got to call this out, too, here from earlier. Steve Lundaby. Going crazy, gifting 5, count them 5, MSP Airport Live gift memberships. Leah the Leo. Garfield 1704. E.T. Zion AB. Gino Finelli. Adrian M. Hey, enjoy your MSP Airport Live memberships. Enjoy those emojis, too.
The 1858, turn right at Papa 3.
So thanks so much, Steve, for gifting 5 MSP Airport Live memberships. These memberships, they go such a long way, and not just to help support the upkeep of maintaining channel operations, but they are now, because our setup is pretty much to completion the way that we want it. I mean, now that our stream is starting to get good enough to the point where we are now taking trips. So memberships directly go to help support that. And speaking of trips, hey. Perfect time to talk about our LAX edition coming up May 6th through the 8th. We're going to have 3 days of incredible live plane spotting from LAX. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a huge relief to be spotting in warm and hopefully much greater weather than what we had today. Far greater weather. So the memberships, all the super chats, everything that we've received over the past few months, a lot of it is going towards the LAX trip. So we are excited to bring you 3 days of live streams out from Southern California. Also, a big thank you to our friends LA Flights Live, Peter and Josh, for being such wonderful hosts. We'll be working with them while we're out there. We're excited. It's less than a month away.
53 visual, 1 to right. 53 Minneapolis Tower, 16017, gust 24, runway 1 to right, for the land. Direct, clear land.
Colin Dutton, one of our awesome mods, sending a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Colin. Is that FedEx unit headed out soon? Asks Cole Craft, 78 or 6874. Beg your pardon. Not sure. Oh my goodness. Hey, look who just dropped in, LA Flights. Is this Peter or Josh? I know LA Flights is excited for it. Yeah, we're excited to be working with you guys while we're out there, and I'll tell you what, I'm also looking forward to the significantly warmer weather, too. Dream Spinner 3MN says, your channel gives me peace of mind for my upcoming trip. Well, that means so much. Yeah, you bet. And the whole goal of this channel is to inspire people to have a passion for aviation just as much as we do, and also inspire people to travel and embrace it. LA Flights saying, have you in the background right now? May's gonna going to come by quick. Yes, it will. I know. It's only a month away, but it seems like there's 1,000,001 things to do to get ready for that trip. So the hotel's been booked. The only thing that I have yet to do is get the rental car secured and get that put away. Okay, so it is Peter. It is Caveman that's watching. Hey, Peter. Yeah, I enjoyed watching. I had to play catch-up and watch some of the specials that you were putting on in Miami and Atlanta, too. I love watching all the Delta stuff in Atlanta, especially in Miami, where you get all the fun cargo jets and stuff like that, too. I'm really enjoying the specials. Also great to see you're back in L.A. I spent all day yesterday, so we have a trailer that we're going to publish at some point. Spent quite a bit of time working on it.
What
do we got here?
27 X-ray Lima, Minneapolis Tower, winds 150
Delta 1053 from Fort Myers is coming in with a 757. Let's take a look at that again. Boy, this golden hour lighting is really hitting the spot for me. I don't know about you guys, but I'll tell you what, I am glad that all that nasty cloud cover is finally out of here. And it's also warmed up a little bit too, which is always nice. The wind has also died down a fair bit too. Man, it was gusty for much of the show today. Now, is it the gustiest that we've had this year? No. Certainly one of the more gusty days, though. Within the last few weeks, I know for sure. So despite the cold weather that we started with here in the month of April, we are going to be warming up to about the 70s this coming weekend. I'll tell you what, I might sneak out and do a Friday show. We'll just have to see. We'll be on the air tomorrow. In case you guys are curious as to when we're going live next, it's probably going to be an afternoon start. So we have KLM back for the 2026 season. So they're 3 times weekly, so on Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And the great thing about my availability is that Wednesdays and Friday afternoons, especially Wednesdays, are fairly open. So we will be seeing a lot of KLM here this spring and summer. Super pumped. Steve says, Alex, you guys won't know how to act in the warm weather, you know? You probably might be right. So Dream Spinner 3 MN says, first flight for me since 1993. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, hey, enjoy your flight, enjoy your trip, and always know that you are in good hands. Especially if you're flying on Delta, you're in good hands. Carlos says, you're still on? I left home, drove to the gym, and thought I was going to have to look for something to watch. Well, yeah, we're on the air still. I was about mere minutes away from bailing and saying, you know what? I'm too cold. I'm done with it. But then everything got a little bit warmer. The sun came out, and it's like, all right, well, you know what? We're going to ride till sunset. The wind has also become a lot more tame, too.
Number 7 X-ray Lima, traffic to 2 mile final, turn right at Whiskey 7, taxi Whiskey to signature.
I mean, don't get me wrong, the wind is still a bit gusty here as we'll take a second look at our biz jet that just came in. So they are not tracking on flight radar, so their information is unavailable. Fairly smooth landing though, however. There you have it. There's our sunset tonight.
For 2488, Minneapolis Tower, roger that. Traffic to the 7 mile final. Flower heading, 21 to left, go for takeoff.
Let's take another look at our Delta arrival that just came in from Montego Bay with 737-800. Flying time just under, and I mean just under by about a minute. 4.5 hours of flying time. Well, everybody, if you're a fan of the classics, we got a Fairchild Swearingen Metroliner coming in from Thief River Falls in about 10 minutes. So Bemidji Aviation has a pretty big fleet of those Metroliners. They were passenger at one point. They flew for, I think, Mesaba, which was a regional affiliate of Northwest. And under the Northwest Airlink system, then they were converted to freight. There's been a lot of change throughout the years here at MSP over the last few decades, but one of the aircraft that seemingly won't go away are those Metroliners. AL4567X, hey, thanks so much for the kudos. I also appreciate the calming presence of the streams. Well, yeah, we try and bring you some excitement too, but also want to bring you a calming presence as well.
Delta 2488, turn left heading 090, contact departure.
So Gordon asks, KLM 7879 lands at 12:25 tomorrow. Will you be live for it, Alex? Well, that's a good question. It's going to depend on how my morning is shaping up. Oh, nice. We're going to get another 757-300 close taxi. Delta 2297 to Phoenix. Spooling up on taxiway whiskey.
The 4928, taxi Papa, monitor ground port enter.
Look at that. Wow, that golden hour lighting really makes stuff pop. And of course, our sunset tonight. There you go. Boy, we have some real spectacular sunsets in the evening, especially during the summertime and later in the spring.
Delta 2297, fly right heading, 217, cover takeoff.
So be sure to stick around towards the end of our show tonight. We're going to do a little mini runway recap of some of the highlights from today, which, by the way, includes our 747 mic taxi. The second time that it's happened this year. Now, the only variant of the 747 that is allowed due to size on taxiway mic, which is actually just beyond this fence here. Southwest going behind us on taxiway Tango. They're going to 17 on the west side of the field out of view. Well, here we go.
Viking 61 flight, Minneapolis Tower, turn left heading 100, 12 left, cover takeoff.
So for those that are just tuning in, we had a spectacular arrival of the 747-400 that UPS sent us from Louisville and then taxied on Whiskey. Then took Mike and Tango all the way to the ramp. So the 747-400 is the largest aircraft that taxiway Mike can take. The 747-8 is a little too large. The 747-8 actually has to take the crosswind runway, which is in use every day, but more so as a glorified taxiway. Sometimes the crosswind runway is needed. And more specifically, when we have crosswind components on our parallel runways that exceed the tolerances of most aircraft.
17013, gust 20, I want you right through left.
So you'd have to have winds that are sustained in excess of about maybe 20 knots or greater, and maybe wind gusts of around greater than 30 knots with the crosswind component to have the crosswind runway open for business. When those ops happen, they're a lot of fun because this busy airport gets funneled down into one runway. And boy, does it make for an interesting scene. And here's another scene, speaking of which, that's interesting. We got the Sun Country Special University of Minnesota Golden Gopher Athletics livery in the middle. Nicknamed Gopher Pod because it uses the Tide Pod livery, but it swapped out the Sun Country colors with the U of M, University of Minnesota colors instead, which is why it got the nickname Gopher Pod. So if you are wondering, what in the heck is a Gopher Pod? Well, Sun Country just took their Tide Pod livery. That's what it's been affectionately dubbed. So that's that orange and blue and white livery.
Southwest 3468 map tower, turn left heading 150.
And all Sun Country did was just swap the colors and slap a couple of University of Minnesota logos on each side of the fuselage, and there you go. There's your special livery for Sun Country and Minnesota Golden Gopher Athletics. I really like it. Yeah, chased Tuna 9. Gerald has been a little more elusive. I saw Gerald pop out a couple times, but went back right into his little hidey hole. Gerald is who we call or refer to the 13-line ground squirrels that populate this area, that have taken up residence here for years.
2167 Minneapolis Tower, 15013. I want you right to your left.
That's right, clear to the band, Delta 2167.
Southwest 3468.
So Peter, if you're still watching, awesome that you finally got to check out Buc-ee's. Last time I was at Buc-ee's was back in 2024. I was helping a friend move up from Florida. And we were trying to keep ourselves awake. We had just driven through the Atlanta area, which was a interesting experience. And I think it was about maybe 11 p.m., maybe midnight local time. And I was about to take over driving. We were to stay overnight in Knoxville, Tennessee. And I had not been to Buc-ee's before. And he's like, well, hey, do you want to go to Buc-ee's? And I'm like, yeah, sure. That place is amazing. So I hope you got some beaver nuggets while you were there. I like the smoked brisket. So I got some beaver nuggets while I was there. I also got a Buc-ee's coffee thermos. And I still use that, by the way. It's a good thermos. So anyway, when I stopped at Buc-ee's, I got myself a thermos. Because I bought some cold drinks and I wanted to keep them nice and cool, but I forgot my other thermos at home. So I'm like, well, I'm going to have to go get one anyway.
25121 Maps Tower, winds 15011. I went to right your
So I got a really nice thermos cup. I got some beaver nuggets. I also got some jerky, too. That was really good. Some beef jerky. And, of course, I had to get one of their brisket sandwiches. Ooh. That was good. That was really good. And of course, you can't forget the bathrooms. Just about the nicest gas station bathrooms on the continent, I think. So I was very impressed with my first time in at Buc-ee's. Oh, my camera's not focusing. I think. Okay, there we go. Oh, wow. Yeah, Peter, I would say that their barbecue is among the best that I've had, too. My favorite barbecue place is actually in a town called Anderson, South Carolina. It's called Smokin' Pig. They had the best pulled chicken and pulled pork. Oh. You guys are getting me started on all the barbecue stuff. I think I know what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. So Gordon asks, did I get out the door under $100? Yes. I don't think I can say the same for the friend that I was helped moving up from Florida to Minnesota. I don't think that he got out of there without spending under $100, but I know I did. I only needed a few things. Keller forces Clemson. Yep. Anderson is actually just south of Clemson University, which is in northwestern South Carolina.
712 right. Southwest 467 Apple Tower, winds 16012. Right, one to right, to left. One to right, to left. 47.
Peter also says, I can't believe how good Buc-ee's really is. I miss it. Barbecue is limited here in Southern California. That's why a gas station barbecue sandwich ranks so high as well. And you know, yeah, I know there's a lot of good taco places around LA, so I'm excited for that. I love tacos, Tex-Mex, authentic Mexican, Latin food. I just love it. But yeah, finding good barbecue around the LA area can be a bit tricky from what I've heard. Now, one of the things when it comes to barbecue that I was always told is the rattier the place looks, the better the barbecue is, generally speaking. Now, I haven't tested that theory, but it seems to be pretty spot on based on what people say.
And 1237, Minneapolis Tower, roger that. Release starts at 44, voids at 47. Or 5121, turn left, contact ground point under. Sure, ground point under, Endeavor 51.
All right, let's take another look at our Endeavor arrival that just came in from Cincinnati. That's another interesting airport that I think that we should take the channel to at some point. They have an interesting viewing area. They're the DHL hub of North America, so if you're a big fan of DHL, get over to CVG. They also have a lot of Premier traffic. Atlas Air, Kalita also goes to CVG quite a bit. Oh, check this out. Look at this. Trying to figure out who that is. I think I actually might know who this is. I want to say that this is Singapore Cargo. for DHL. It's en route to Cincinnati, where we were just talking about. Look at that. They're right now up at about 35,000 feet. But look at the contrail on that flight. Look at this. Well, it's a great day for it, too. I know our friend Harrison was saying that today's a good trail or a good day for contrails up in the atmosphere. A lot of condensation.
Taxi Whiskey Delta at our ground point niner.
Whiskey Delta, monitor point niner, Southwest 467. Start up 1025, visual 1
Delta 1025 Minneapolis Tower, wind 15014, and what's your right, your line?
Very good land, 1025.
Yep, and that's Singapore cargo. So they departed Seoul Incheon about 10 hours and 52 minutes ago, and they are headed to Cincinnati. They got just over an hour left in the voyage. How awesome is that? All right, so I think we're going to get a couple more arrivals in here, and I think we're, after that, going to do our runway recap. Here is United coming in from Chicago O'Hare with a 737 MAX 9.
Turn left, contact ground point niner.
Right, that's 1888.
Kind of 1230.
Well, I'll tell you, I think they kind of slam dunked it here. Let's take another look. Look at that sky in the background, too. Just marvelous.
Tower, winds 15014, gust 21, line 1 2 left, your line.
So yeah, they certainly planted all those landing gear down on the runway pretty firm when they touched it down. Pretty stiff landing, if you ask me. It would be what you would call a spine tingler, I think. So United deciding to go for the slam dunk. Landing on 1-2 right. Peter says, hey Micah, Alex converted the channel into a food channel. We are now tacos, about tacos and barbecue. It's my two favorite kinds of cuisine, barbecue and tacos. All right, our next arrival is Delta from Denver, flight 1025.
winds at the field, 15015, gust 25. Delta 1025, contact ground 49er.
Yeah. That's 1025.
Delta 2929, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, crosshair 1 right, next to your whiskey.
It's all good, Peter. Event Sports Fan 88 says poised at landing, front wheels touched first. So let's go ahead and take a look at this is exactly what MN Sports Fan 88 was referencing. So this is our United slam dunk landing. They were coming in from Chicago O'Hare. Well, the gusty winds, they've certainly made for some interesting landings throughout the entire day today. In addition to annoying me with the cold that it has provided.
Tower, winds 16012, gust 25, I want you right to land.
So there's a look at our United MAX 9 arrival.
That's 3970, taxi Hava, monitor ground 49er.
Delta 2929 headed off to Charlotte with the 717. It's actually an aircraft on this specific route that I've flown before. In 2023, I had the opportunity to fly round trip from MSP to Charlotte and return. I was actually visiting one of my younger siblings in the Clemson area. Going back to our topic of conversation around barbecue, yes, I did go to Smoke and Pig. There's another joint called Spotted Pig. I thought their brisket was a little bit better, but everything else I didn't think quite stacked up to Smoke and Pig. But that is the place to go if you're in that part of South Carolina. So if you're wondering why on earth did I fly into Charlotte and then make the long drive instead of flying to Greenville-Spartanburg Airport, which is much closer, well, it was actually cheaper to fly into either Charlotte or Asheville and then drive the rental about maybe 2 to 2.5 hours to where I was staying at the time. Thoroughly loved the 717. Those things are little rocket ships. Got a steep angle of attack on the climb out from MSP and from Charlotte. Super fun aircraft to fly on. And you know what's interesting is the 717 actually has a slightly wider seat than the 737. 18 inches wide in main cabin as compared to the 17-inch wide seats on the 737 Next Gen and Max series. Micah says, we're always straying from topic around here, but beware of mentioning trains, boats, or other modes of transportation. Blick Fang 007, yes, that's the 717. The Rolls-Royce BMW engines have a pretty mistakable sort of whine to them as they are taxiing by, I'll tell you what. And they also have a nice buzzsaw as well. All right, I think we'll do one more arrival here, and then we'll do our runway recap. got another Metro liner coming in for Bemidji Aviation.
Contact departure. Delta 2846, turn left heading 135, runway 17, go for takeoff. Bemidji 57, taxi Mike Tango, monitor point enter. Mike Tango, point enter, Bemidji 57.
All right. A fitting way to end the day. How about a close taxi on Mike?
Delta 2749, map Charlie, crossing 1 right on Whiskey, crossing Mike 22.
Data cross 1812 right at Charlie, Whiskey, cross 22, Delta 2749.
There we go, everybody. Wanted to give you guys a nice look at our sunset off to the west.
Contact departure, good day.
Tower Delta 1934 is looking for the visual. 12 right.
1934 Minneapolis Tower, winds 15013, Delta 25, runway to right and right.
So and 12 right, Delta 1934.
Okay, 39, Mike, cross here 1 straight, taxi to Whiskey.
All right, everybody, I think it's time for our runway recap. It's going to be a shorter, abridged runway recap just because there weren't as many highlights today, but I can guarantee you that tomorrow we're going to have a full highlights package. But today had some real special highlights. Despite the smaller size, we had the UPS 747 taxi on Mike. I think that's the big bonus for today. Only second time this year that it's happened on the broadcast. Getting up close and personal with the 747, 300 feet away as it passed by on taxiway Mike. Recap, and we started the day with a non-rev departure. The A330-900 Neo headed to Seoul, South Korea. So Delta has regular service to Seoul, but it's with the A350 and not the A330-900 Neo, so that was kind of interesting to see that towards the top of the show. Then Delta 152 Heavy got airborne for Paris not long afterwards with the A330-300. And I'll tell you what, those GE CF680 engines, they make a lot of racket. A pretty powerful departure from our A330-300. A full send, they use pretty much the entire runway to get airborne, lifting off into the sky, bound for Paris. Then Delta 165 Heavy coming in. We have 3 daily Amsterdam flights for the spring and summer, leading into early fall. Delta 164 and 165 are those 3rd daily flights flown by the A330-900neo. We also had Gopher Pod as well pay us a visit. And we had some nice sun as well to illuminate everything towards the first half of our program before things got cloudy for a brief bit. So cool seeing Gopher Pod make a nice smooth landing. It was gusty throughout the whole day today, and look at that. UPS 2568 from Louisville, Kentucky, sending us the Queen of the Skies. And ATC coordinating a bike taxi with 2568 Heavy. And also, they were kicking up a little bit of dust, too, as they made the right-hand turn on a taxiway Tango. That would not be the only big, heavy Mike taxi that we would see today. UPS 5556 from Chicago Rockford would also follow the same path as 2568 shortly afterwards. So 5568, or 5556 Heavy, rather. So they're also midweek, typically with the A300. Then, of course, we had Delta 170 arrive from Seoul, South Korea. They floated a little bit, too. It was getting really gusty at this point of the show at about 5:11 p.m. Central Time. And then our final highlight for tonight, United arriving from Chicago O'Hare with a slam dunk. March Madness might be over. But United touching down seemingly with all 3 there at the same time. Look at that. So a fun way to end the show. And just before we get going, I want to take the time to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported by Jet Set Shirts. It's the Jet Set life. Wear it. They have amazing designs, fun designs. Might I also mention, to cater to the av geek and travel enthusiast at heart. Show your aviation spirit with a Jet Set Shirts tee. Visit jetsetshirts.com and put on a slice of the Jet Set life. And MSP Live is also proud to be supported by DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast. Visit them online 24/7 at dgpilot.com. And by the way, you should go check out their brick and mortar location in downtown St. Paul, inside the historic Union Depot. More information at dgpilot.com. They also have expanded their model aircraft selection too, and it's huge. So if you're a model aircraft collector, you need to get down to DG Pilot and check it out. You can also browse their online selection as well. Well, folks, it's been a lot of fun today. I wish I could continue spotting with you out here, but I'm cold. And the sun is beginning to set. The viewing area is open dawn to dusk, so we have to be mindful of that. And start heading out here. We've been a fantastic audience today. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in to Live Plane Spotting on MSP Airport Live. We will be back at it tomorrow with more phenomenal live plane spotting right here with the front row seat you all know and love at the viewing area on MSP Live from the Twin Cities. For John Joseph and Harrison Rademacher, big thanks to them for helping co-host the show earlier today, and our outstanding team of mods. Mounts running. Good night, everybody, from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. We will see you in the next installment of MSP Airport Live. Take care, everybody, and happy spotting.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.